Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream here. We're going to be doing Pyrotoad pixel art again, getting back into that. Should be lots of fun. We'll be starting here momentarily, and I'll be right with you. Alright, we're ready. So, we're back at level 8 here. Now, back when I made level 8, we had no intention, or I didn't know we were going to use the UI. So, hey Karipu, welcome in. Thank you so much for the redeem and dropping in. I hope you're doing well. We're doing more pixel art for Pyrotoad. Yeah, so we went over on the tile count here, and it wasn't causing any issues until we started using the UI. So now we're gonna go back and optimize this, and there's all types of little things we could take out and change and just optimize, because there's a restrictive tile count in GB Studio, and we went way over on this. Oh, there's no face for me. I'm missing a face. Where'd it go? There it is. There I am. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare you. I am here. Yeah, so what I've got is this very helpful tile counter website up, and you can see a heat map of how unique a tile is. There's quite a few. So your Twitch notification said new emotes. Oh, cool. I have not changed that in ages. Sorry about that. I should change that. Oh yeah. It does say new redeems and emotes. That's not true anymore. It lied. I'm sorry. I am very sorry. The last new redeem was, I think, this one. But yeah, it's been a while, so sorry about that. I forget to update the notification. But it brought you in, so it worked. And I was so excited. I'm sorry. Now I'll have to make it up somehow. Wallace Lovecraft, keep up the good work, Rick. Thank you. Yep, we're just getting started today. We're going to try to optimize this. And sorry for the notification being wrong. There are no new emotes and no new redeems today. I am sorry for that. We could work on some later, if that makes it up to you, Karipu. I feel bad now. Yeah, so there's a few things that are like obvious that are standing out to me. Like this, for example, that tile should be the same as that. I don't know why they're not. So let's go in and start fixing things. So we'll go to the art layer, and we'll take this tile and put it over there. Yeah, that tile has some weirdness going on with it. So we'll take this one. We'll go to this layer, and we'll put that there, and we'll take this one and put it there, and there. So we're already optimizing tiles here. I have good news. The streamer I mod for is turning me into an emote on her channel. Oh, that's really cool. That is great news. Congratulations for that. If you want, we can shout out that streamer if you provide the name. Only mods can do shout outs, but if you put the name in chat, I can shout them out. We can shout her out if you want. It's up to you. So let's go back to our handy dandy tile counter here. Sure, her name is Ayo No Hades. All right, cool. Let's do a shout out then. Thanks for sharing. Oh no, Hades. Cool. We'll go ahead and give her a follow. Cool. Hey, welcome in. Call me Kixie. Good to see you. So, Kixie streams tomorrow, so everyone should go check out Kixie's stream if you haven't. She's a fantastic streamer. She does indie games and Steam window shopping, which is super interesting, and lots of chatting. She's a great streamer, so please go check her out. Thank you for the shout out. Absolutely, Kixie. You always deserve that. Let's see. Yeah, so we're just optimizing a pixel art background here. We're taking things like this tile, and putting it over that tile because there's like a 1 pixel difference. So it creates an entirely new unique tile because of a 1 pixel difference. And we went way over on this. There's like 448. We need to get it down to 209. So we're gonna have to do quite a bit of changes here. So it might be wise to just start in this corner here and take a look at what we've got there. This weird angle piece. We've got another one here. So we'll just take that one and put it right on top of that one. Love the look of this level. It looks fun to play. Yeah, I really like how this one turned out. I was playing with this this tool called Tiled, and it was kind of glitching out for me, but kind of working. So you get some really weird patterns going here, and I was like, well, this looks cool. And then I did a lot of adjustments to make it work, but we're over the tile count. So now I gotta tone it down a bit to make it work with the UI elements, and that shouldn't be too big of an issue. It gives me something to do, that's for sure. So yeah, like this tile here, we'll put this tile there instead. And yeah, I'm just using this this tile counter to help me because it's got this really fantastic heat map where we can see where tiles are being used the most and that kind of thing. So yeah, like this thing here, let's just get rid of this, and we can put this one in the corner and this one in that corner, and let's take this one and put it on top of that one, and then we'll take this one and put it, well, I guess that doesn't work as well. We can, oh wait, we already got that one. So we'll take this one and put it there, I think. And we'll also take it, wait, let's put it on this one also. And we'll bring it over here. And this one, we'll put over there, like that. Ooh, that's so cool. What is the theme of this level? This level was a chemical plant level, I think. Yeah, because it's got this vat. That's what this is supposed to be anyways. So yeah, we had like a chemical plant theme, and then we had a foundry theme, and they're kind of similar, but this one's more chemicals and the other one's more like liquid metal and stuff. But I'm glad you like it. I definitely got very experimental with the background on this, but yeah, like I said, now it's kind of getting to the point where I gotta fix it because it was too much. So what we can do is we can start saving it and exporting it. We'll just export it over there, that one, and then I think this should automatically update. Did it update? Well, we'll make sure that it updates. So you can see this is no longer bright red, and this is no longer bright red. So we fixed a few things. And we're down to 438, so we're getting somewhere. Hey, Infinite Metal, welcome in. If you haven't checked out Infinite Metal's stream, you must have just ended, Infinite, because I was lurking in your stream. But yeah, Infinite Metal's got a fantastic stream, and definitely check him out. He was doing Friday Night Funkin', Friday Night Funk, something like that, and Breath of Fire before that. Yep, a little bit ago, but recent. How you been? I've been doing fantastic. Given the circumstances, things have been going pretty well for me. Getting a lot done, having a lot of fun playing games. Oh, there's that shout out. Was waiting for that. Friday Night Funkin'. Yup. And you should go follow Infinite. And he's been streaming nights, and then his wife has been streaming during the day on his channel. So check out both of them, and whatever works for your time. There's usually someone streaming. I haven't been able to check out his wife's streams yet. It's just I've been sleeping through that time frame at this point right now. My sleep schedule goes kind of haywire from time to time. So yeah, one of these days I'll get it sorted, but today is not that day, unfortunately. I woke up at like 5 p.m. today, so I'll probably be up for a bit here. But that's okay. I don't mind staying up. I wish I could sleep through that time. I wish I could fix my sleep schedule, but I always just kind of like just go with whatever. And I don't know, last night I found myself staring at the computer at 12 p.m. and hadn't gone to sleep yet. And I was like, whoa, I should go to bed. And that's what I did. I went to bed at 12 and woke up at 5. So sleep is a dead man's game, I say. There's a Pokemon in chat. If you've got any Pokeballs, if you don't, you better buy some. Sleep is a dead man's game. I don't know if I fully understand that. But I guess that's kind of like you can sleep when you're dead kind of mentality. Alright, let's see what we can optimize here. We took care of that one. There's so much going on in the background here. Let's see what this is all about there. Let's fix that too. And this, that's just ridiculous. Those pixels don't need to be there. Yeah, we were gonna check out this thing here. Yeah, let's just get rid of that altogether. And we can We can take this one and put it there. Let's go to the right layer. Oh, I think I see what's happening. There we go. No one caught it, unfortunately. Oh, Retro Spaceball, Magic, Fire, Pyro. Oh well. Yeah, we don't have a link for Pyrotoad yet, so unfortunately we don't have anything up for that. It won't be long though. As soon as I get these next like 11 levels done, then we'll be ready to start showing people. I'm not sure what magic would do, but yeah, I feel like fire would light me on fire if I had a dragon, but I don't have a dragon. But RSP works. You can go wishlist Retro Spaceball on Steam. I very much appreciate any wishlists. You can play it on itch, but there's probably going to be a lot of changes to the demo before it actually makes it to Steam. I'm planning to cut back the scope quite a bit, and I'm actually thinking about making a brand new itch page and rebranding things. You know, let's take these things here. Let's make sure we're on the right layer, and we'll put those for these things, so that way we're cutting down on tiles. We can get rid of these. Oh. That one looks weird. Let's just get rid of that one completely. That one looks weird. These look weird too. Let's use these ones instead. Actually, let's cut down on tiles here. It's tough because they're all very similar, but they're not quite the same. And if they're the same, then it's not an issue. Alright, so let's do another export here. Yeah, it's just a little eternal sleep joke. Wait, Pyrotoad is already so close to being in my hands. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly when we're gonna be able to get it to like a public testing type thing, or if we're gonna do like a closed beta testing. It's one of those things that I kind of have to discuss with the other team member, and it's his design. I mean, I'm doing the art, and it is a team project, so we'll come to a decision together, like a consensus, but yeah, I don't want to make any promises until we have a group decision made. But yeah, I think we're going to give it to a publisher first, and they're probably going to have some ideas for feedback and changes and stuff like that, so we'll probably continue implementing changes for a little bit after the level art gets done. And then at some point we're going to need playtesters. So if that's something that interests you, definitely let me know. And it will likely be kind of closed at first until we have a demo, and then the demo is going to be open. A publisher, so professional. Yeah, so the designer who made the levels, like, because everything was based off placeholder art. We can actually open some of it up here. Yeah, so like this level here this is what Johnny gave me that he started with. He's like, take this and make it look good. And we didn't have a theme in mind when he started making these levels yet. So he just used some placeholder art, and he worked out the game's design, the level design, and that kind of stuff. And I've been making the look more pretty like this. This isn't the same level, but you get the idea. But he's actually worked with this publisher, Broke Studio, before, and they're actually a pretty well-known studio. I would be happy to playtest. Awesome, that's so cool. Thank you so much for that, for volunteering for that, because we're going to need playtesters. But keep in mind, it's a very challenging game, and I think Johnny's idea is that he wants people to feel like when they've finished it, they want people to, you know, feel like they've accomplished something afterwards. It definitely doesn't really. I mean, it's got some like tutorials and it teaches you the mechanics and stuff like that, but it's definitely a challenging game. So keep that in mind. I was actually when I was up late last night. I was actually responding to these interview questions for a French blogger who's interested in my work, and so yeah, I was kind of up late answering these questions. But one of the things he asked me is if the game is like Super Meat Boy, and at first I'm like, no, it's not like Super Meat Boy. And then the more I thought about it, I was like, it kind of is like Super Meat Boy, but it's for Game Boy. Super Meat Boy is like much more fluid because it's a PC game. But this game, you die a lot in Pyrotoad, so it's kind of that same kind of thing. Super Meat Boy is kind of a puzzle platformer, a precision puzzle platformer, so I feel accomplished when I get out of bed, so I feel that infinite. I feel that. I like challenge, so I'm looking forward to playing. Awesome, that's fantastic news. Yeah, I'll definitely keep you in the loop, Kari, and hopefully it'll be sooner than later. Did I? Alright, I didn't put the new export into the website here, so we'll refresh this. It says 420. Yeah, so it did update. We're getting somewhere. We've still got like over 100 tiles that need to be optimized. So, all right, let's start with this cross piece there. See what we can do about that. We could probably get away with mixing and matching the colors here a little bit. Let's see if that made a difference. Yeah, 419. So we just got rid of a unique tile. So yeah, we'll just kind of do that for a bit, and we'll see how far we can get. Where was that? Okay, that one there. So right here, let's do something else with that. Maybe we can take that, duplicate it like that. Oh, it was this one here. Alright. We'll export it again. check out this. Now we're down to 417, so we're getting somewhere. It's slow. It's a slow going thing, but we're moving. Next thing we know, Pyrotoad is a 3D RTS game. Let's hope not. No, I mean, we want it to be mostly done by the time we show the publisher, but we do want to leave some things open. And we are planning on doing like some cutscenes and making a lot more audio and music and stuff like that. So there are definitely more things to be done. But the art is kind of important, I think. So we don't want to give a publisher something with a bunch of placeholder art, that's for sure. I'll even play it on stream if you like. It seems like a good game to play live. That would be cool. Yeah, we'll have to talk to the designer, of course, but as far as I know, I think that would be something that we'd want. So yeah, we'll definitely stay in touch. Alright, so this one here is quite red. Let's take a look at that. This guy, yeah, let's get rid of that, and we'll just put that one there. Also, let's get rid of this one while we're at it, and this one. We'll use this one instead. Where do OBS go? There it is. But yeah, I very much appreciate that, Karipu. I think that playtesting is super important, and it's going to make or break the game in the end, I think. Hey, Cryptic's here! Welcome in, Cryptic! If you haven't checked out Cryptic's stream, go check out Cryptic. He does some art, he plays some indie games, some horror games. I think he was playing Repo earlier. I'm not sure. Oh, Schedule 1 he was talking about. It's like a some type of drug dealer game or something like that. Something about drugs or something. Sounds interesting. How you doing, Cryptic? I hope you're doing well. We do have an ad starting soon, so let me snooze that for you. Yeah, everyone should go follow Cryptic if they haven't yet. Cryptic, let us know how you've been, how you're doing, and yeah, I'm glad I got to catch your stream earlier. Sorry, I was kind of just starting my day at that point, so I was exercising and that. But yeah, I was having fun playing with the mini boss or the boss battle in Stream Avatars and all that stuff. Bombing General Durkadur. But yeah, we're just we're optimizing the tiles for this level because we went way over the tile limit. So we're taking similar tiles and making them exactly the same, so that way we're not going over the tile limit. When I first started designing this level, we weren't using the UI elements in GB Studio, which required some tiles of their own. So it wasn't causing any issues until you pull up the UI, and then it started causing issues. Yep, we've got that ad, so we'll take a break here.
Hey, leave me alone!
Nibble chips, get them while they're hot, they're lovely.
All right, welcome back from the ad break. Sorry about that, but it's helpful so that way. Thank you for the redeems, Kari and Wallace. Appreciate that. Yeah, the ads are important so that way no one gets barraged with pre-roll ads if they switch to their phone or they channel surf for a bit, or if they need to refresh or something like that. That always happens to me, and I dislike it. So if I can prevent it on my stream, that's what I strive for. All right, yeah, this tile here, we'll clean that up also. So I'm thinking things are looking better. These ones here, they look cool with that extra color, but it's not worth it because we need the tiles. Average Twitch mobile experience, exactly. You're like, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom, let me pick up my phone so I don't miss anything. And then you go into the stream, and then all of a sudden you got ads. You got 2 ads you gotta watch. It's like, wait a second, what the heck? Or you got it on a second monitor, and you're like flipping through different channels, and then before you know it, you gotta watch an ad, and then like if you flip to another channel, it like stops the ad, and then all of a sudden it starts playing the ad on the other channel, and it's like, wait a second, I've already watched an ad on this channel, and just wants you to watch more ads. It's a little bit annoying sometimes, so I just get them out of the way, so that way hopefully no one loses any content, you know, no one feels like they're cut out of a conversation mid-conversation, hopefully. Sometimes it happens, but try to prevent it as much as possible. Oh, too much there. Hey, thanks for checking in, Wallace. Appreciate that. Then the chat glitches and you go in and out of the app for another ad. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I think if you have pre-rolls, or I mean if you have an ad break, it actually helps with that, because then it turns off the pre-rolls and you can refresh it as many times as you need to. You can channel surf, you can pop in and out, have it on another tab, do whatever you need to do. Switch platforms completely, switch browsers even. And everyone gets the ad at the same time.
I'm a cop, you idiot!
How are we on volume, by the way? I forgot that I had turned things up for Nintendo Switch. Is the background music too loud, or is it about okay? I can turn it down a little bit if we need to, or turn it up if it's too quiet. Volume is good, good. Good. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. But yeah, anyone who missed last night's stream, I was playing quite a bit of different stuff. We played Doom Infinite, which is a mod for Doom, the original Doom, none of that Doom Eternal crap, and that was a lot of fun. It's like a roguelite mod, and then I switched to FTL. We got pretty far. We beat the first phase of the boss, but then our ship was so destroyed that I I was able to just chill and just hang out on my ship for as long as I wanted, but I couldn't fix the doors, and some of the doors were left open, venting out all the oxygen, so I couldn't fix the door because there was no oxygen. And yeah, so I just suffocated because it was over. There was no coming out of that. I went down with the ship. But it was fun, and then we went to Nintendo Switch, and I finished Scott Pilgrim vs. the World for the first time ever. I'd never finished it before, but I needed Big Lumbie's help for that. Big Lumbie's an expert in that game apparently, because I had no idea that you could like go back to like one of the first levels and buy your stuff. Buy upgrades, and that made a huge difference. Apparently it's like expected that you upgrade your character, but it's not really spelled out to you, so people like me don't realize that you need to do that. Doom Classic, such nostalgia. I remember playing it on my browser in high school. Dude, I love Doom. Wallace says, oh wow. Yeah, Doom is like super nostalgia for me. Yeah, it's like back when I was a kid, my dad brought it home on his work computer, and we didn't have a computer, but every once in a while he would bring home his work computer, and he had all these two different things full of floppies, and they just had like you know, game names scrawled onto them on some of them. Some of them were random things, you know, like, and you know, floppies, they don't hold too much, so it'd be like one game per floppy. Reader Rabbit, I remember playing a lot of that, and my dad showed me Doom one day, and I was like, oh wow, and I played it all night, and I had nightmares, and it was awesome. It was a life-changing experience for me, and yeah, I'll never forget that night, to be honest. But it was great. I loved it. And what else? Speedball was on there. That's a good one. Good classic game. Trying to remember what else was on there. But yeah, I remember trying to play Minesweeper, not being able to figure it out because I was that young. Let's do a export and see how this looks, because we changed a lot of tiles here. We'll save it, export it. This one. We're down to 401, so that's something. Is that accurate? Yeah. So let's get rid of this. We'll put that there. We can even make this go all the way up. I still haven't figured out Minesweeper. Dude, I love Minesweeper. What is the other screen? So this here is a tile counter. GB Studio tile counter.glitch.me. It's a free tool, and what you do is you you get there and it looks like this. Drag and drop or click to add an image. We drag our image on there, and then it counts the unique tiles. It has this really handy dandy heat map to show you which tiles are the most unique, and then if you want, you can download the tiles or something like tiled or something like that, but we don't actually need to download the tiles. What we're using is this heat map here. So you see this red thing there? That's because I just changed it. It's going to be different now, and like online right here it says 401. So now we're going to export it, and then we'll go back to it, and now you see it's different, and we're down to 400. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to get it all the way down to 209. So we have a lot of tiles to go. But yeah, it's my fault for going way over the tile limit. And at the time I didn't realize that was going to be such an issue because I didn't think we were using the UI for GB Studio, but the UI for GB Studio has like over 100 tiles of its own that it needs, because it has one for each letter, it has one for capital letters, and it has one for or it has a bunch of tiles for like a UI frame, like for the border. So yeah. You have to pay attention to your tiles? Absolutely. In GB Studio, you definitely have to pay attention to your tiles. Just 200. So in GB Studio, let's see here. If we go to, we're at level 8. This is level 8. We can zoom in so it's not so crazy small. If we go to level 8, you can see here it says 43 tiles, but I don't think that's accurate. Here it says 69. This one says 125. But yeah, when you do a build, it'll give you a warning telling you that it's gone over the tile count. So once that happens, sometimes it doesn't display, and it'll overwrite the tiles with the UI tiles and stuff like that. I can actually show you if we do a build here. I forget what the password is though, but luckily I wrote it down. So if we go to our sticky note, I've got all of my passwords written down, and that's level 8. The password for level 8 it looks like is legs. So if we pull up the build log here, you can see right already we're getting a warning. 8g.png background contains too many unique 8x8 tiles. 448, where the limit is 384, meaning it will not display correctly. So 384 is including the UI tiles. But like I said, there's over 100 UI tiles that it needs. So 209 is the limit that we're shooting for. We're getting another warning here for the Platformer Plus plugin because it was made for an older version of GB Studio. But that's because this version of GB Studio allows for slopes, but we're not actually using slopes, so we should be fine. But it's going to continue to give us that warning. But yeah, this is the warning that we're trying to get rid of today. And it probably won't take the whole stream. Oh, there is a wild Arctibax in chat if anyone wants to try to catch a Pokemon. Catch. Did I spell it? I spelled it wrong. Pokey with the E. It's 209 for every level or for each level? Yeah, it's for each level. So, I could show you something else. If we go to GB Studio and open another instance, and then go to my hacker game. Takes a second to load. Let me catch up on chat here. Oh wow, I understand. It's okay. Oh, nice. Yeah. So if we go to this map, take a look at how large this is. So yeah, we can zoom out to fit the whole thing. Oh, and now it's done building. But real quick here, this one doesn't go over the tile limit at all because I'm reusing the max number of tiles, and I just made the most out of the tile set that I have. And there's a few different buildings, but there's a lot of repeating tiles. So a lot of the sand is repeating, a lot of the edges, there's only like 2 different types of edges for the sand. A lot of the road is repeating tiles. This stuff here is a lot of repeating tiles. All of the manholes are the same, or there's 2 different types of manhole rather. A lot of the doors are the same 2 tiles, right? So little things like that. I did my best to optimize it, and I still was able to make this massive level with just so many tiles. And then these sprites are different, so there's also a tile count for your sprites too. So we've got number of tiles used by sprites in the scene. You only get 64 tiles for sprites and 209 tiles for the background if you're using the UI. If you're not using the UI, you can go all the way up to that 300 whatever. But that means you can't use any UI, and the UI is pretty useful. And if you want to put any letters on the screen or anything like that, that's what the UI is for. Makes me want to make a Game Web game. Awesome. You know, you should. GB Studio is actually really easy to learn. This game here, this source hack game, is actually the first game I ever made with GB Studio, and I started with this level here, and it's super simple. You collect the things, avoid the spikes. Once you've collected the things, you can unlock the thing. And then I made it a little bit more complex by putting this hack zone in, and the hack zone sends you to a hack fight. So I made these little fighting things, which is the same premise. You pick up the things, and after you pick up the things, you can leave. We got double music going on here, so that sounds a little weird. But yeah, these enemies come and try to kill you, and you can shoot them, but then they respawn. So yeah, it's actually quite a simple game, and I just kept on expanding on it and making it more and more complicated until I had like these really big levels, and then I had that open world part. I started doing maps. This part is like a little social engineering experiment. These are some of the buildings you can go into. There's like a computer that you can access and play these mini games inside the computer. There's like a 3D maze here at this point, which was actually a little bit difficult to do, but it was a lot of fun. And then I made a map for the maze, and there's like a little battle that goes on while you're in the maze. There's like a list of things to do while you're in the maze, and yeah, so it is a lot of fun. I definitely recommend GB Studio. It does have some bugs on occasion, but they're constantly fixing it. They've updated the engine like 3 times since I've started using it. All right, so let's check out this level, and I can show you the bug that we're trying to fix. So if we hit the password button and we type in the password, which is LEGS. I've actually eaten frog legs before. They're pretty good. They're like chicken legs. They're like chicken wings. But a little bit rubbery and not as much meat, but still good. Alright, so everything looks fine in the level until you hit the pause button. And then we get this. The UI gets bugged out, right? And what Johnny was showing me, and this might not be the case anymore since I've fixed some things, but after it puts these letters in here, yeah, see here it is. There's a E in the world now because it had to make a new tile and it had to overwrite one of the other tiles. There's a L there, an E there. So that's what we're fixing today. Also, that doesn't seem to be animated for some reason. I thought I fixed that. Apparently not. Oh, I jumped right into it. But yeah, that's what we're fixing today. We're going through and fixing that, and we might fix some more things. We don't need to save that. Let's see what's going on with that not shooting properly. Let's get the music going here. It's set to speed 6 for animation, and that should be correct. Bullet is set to bullet. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's happening like that. Oh, I see. Loop animation. That's the problem. It's playing the animation, but it's only playing it once, and it's happening so quick that we're not seeing it. So that should fix that. We can actually save that. If I did, it would be an RPG game like Dragon Quest, but with bugs. That actually sounds really cool. And also, when GB Studio was first developed, it could only do RPG type games, like top-down adventure RPG style things. But now it's capable of doing side-scrolling platformer levels. If we click on this thing, this one is set to be a logo type level. If we pull this out, we can see a logo type level. And what's cool about logo type is that it doesn't use any of the UI stuff, and the tile count is unlimited. You can have as many unique tiles as you want on a logo one, but there's no player. There's I think you can do sprites, but yeah, there's no player and there's no UI, so like there's some limitations to using the logo, but it's made for things like a start screen and that kind of stuff, or if you're doing background tile swapping like I'm doing here. But now, see, it used to only have this top-down 2D, but now it's got platformer, adventure, shoot 'em up, point and click, or custom, which I'm not really sure what custom is capable of. They keep adding to the engine, and I don't have enough time to check out all the new features as they make them. In fact, this is my first time making a 2D platformer game, and like I said, Johnny, the designer, is the one doing pretty much all of the work here, other than little things like me making sure the animations play and the background tile swapping and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm actually having a blast learning kind of on the job here. So cool. Glitch, or as they say back in the day, a hidden feature. Yeah, there you go. I would do an open world, but the towns and dungeons would be side-scrolled. That's totally possible within this engine. And it's actually fairly easy to do. You can find quite a few first-time developers who've never done any coding ever make games like you're describing in this engine and put them up for people to play, even within the time frame of a game jam and stuff like that. So that's really cool. It's really inspiring to see people working with this engine, and like I said, I definitely recommend it. It's fantastic for beginners. If you have no understanding of programming, it's a great like foot in the door, or like a dip your toe in the water type thing. Hang out in the shallow end, and then if you wanted to, if you were a proficient coder, you could totally tear apart the engine. It's open source. You can eject it, look at the code, change the code, make your own hacked version of the engine, and people do that stuff all the time. I don't know how to do that stuff, but it's possible. But yeah, I love the engine. This tool is super helpful for trying to make the most out of your backgrounds, because people like detail, but that's one of the limitations of Game Boy. One of the many limitations. There's a lot of limitations. One of the many limitations is that detail is limited, so you got to make the most out of what you have, and this tool is super helpful for that, and that's why we're using it today. Yeah, so I'm going to be popping back and forth quite a bit here. So this like little T pattern, that's what we're going to look at next. So yeah, I can see already that these could be this. And then this. I'm just looking for a tile to steal here. We'll use that one. And then this one and this one. So we'll take this and put it there, and that one and put it there. And then so yeah, if we save it, export it, and then pop back over that tile counter, all of that stuff looks different. We're down to 394 now. So that's looking better. We'll go to this one next. Like I said before, the more red they are, the more unique they are. So the less times they're being used. If they're only a little bit red, that means it's being used more than one time, which means that by just changing the one tile, we're not gonna lose any unique tiles because it's still being used somewhere else. So we're gonna shoot for the bright red ones first, and then if we need to, we'll go to some of the other ones. But what happens, because it's dynamic, things become more bright red as you take care of the bright red ones. So like if we take care of all these bright red ones and we still need more, still need to get rid of more unique tiles, some of these dim red ones will become bright red. So kind of let you know what's next. It's a very useful tool. I guess I'm gonna have to make my game then where a sister and her brother are shrinked and have to survive the bug RPG. I like that idea, actually. That's a really cool idea. I don't think there's anything like that for Game Boy. Yeah. I think as long as you use like repeating tiles for the backgrounds and stuff like that, I think it'll work pretty well. I'm excited to see the project too. I can't wait to see what you make. It kind of reminds me of that game. What was it, Grounded? I think I have that Grounded game wish listed, but I every time that goes on sale, I stop myself from buying it because I'm like, first of all, who am I gonna play this with? I don't have that many online game friends, and second of all, it's like the negative reviews make it sound like it's really difficult. So I'm probably not gonna get very far with it. Excuse me while I hydrate. The bug guy I showed was an NPC for that I concepted for the game. Oh, cool! I remember the bug guy. Yeah, that looked awesome. I think that'll be awesome. That will work well. Yeah, we are gonna have another ad break here in just a second. But it's only 2 minutes, and I'll be sure to pause while we're in the ad break, so no one's gonna miss anything. What was next? This one? Yeah, we'll just take this one and put that there. We'll go up here. So yeah, these ones here are a little funky. We'll take this one for that. Alright, we're in the ad, so we'll take a little ad break here. And yeah, we'll be right back. There is a wild Pokemon in chat if anyone wants to catch that. Dang, no Magikarp. Sorry. One of these days. I have seen a Magikarp before. I guess we can take this one here and put that here. We'll go ahead, save it, export it, and see where we're at now. So we're looking better, 391. So we'll go with these ones next. I think it was this one, and it's not that one. Was it this one? Yeah. Right now. We'll get rid of all of these just to be safe. We'll go all the way there. We'll take this one, go there. We'll put that one there. We can even go there and take this and put it there. And that should help. Oop. And we'll go here. 389. So we're getting places. Something happened with that one. I don't know why that one got weird. It's like it got overwritten there. And then that corner piece is weird. So let's take a look at that. We'll take this corner then. What else do we got? We got this corner we could put here, and this corner and put there, and we can kind of connect those pipes there. Does Magikarp not know I chose them? I'm sorry. I don't think they do. But yeah, I think Gyarados is one of my favorites. I think Scyther is my absolute favorite, but Gyarados is probably second. I always wanted one of those like fish that looks like Gyarados. I don't know what they're called, but they look like dragons. They look like little dragons. They're really cool fish. I like that Magikarp shiny is gold. I don't know much about shinies. I think shinies are like a newer gen thing because I don't remember things being shiny. Oh, I took a thing. I don't remember Pokemon being shiny in my day. I only had Pokemon Red. So that's probably why. It was this one. That one went there. Oh, that's not right. Go back. We want this one there. That's what we want. Yeah. Alright, we'll save it. We'll export it. And then we'll check the tile counter. We're down to 384, so we're getting places. But let's go from the other end here. We've got this stuff here and this stuff there. So yeah, these are all way too different. So we'll just take one of them. So yeah, I'm changing these tiles just a little bit, but that's what we need. Like, they're just that rare. You're right. Shinies were introduced in silver and gold. They weren't in red and blue. So, is silver and gold after red and blue, or was there when? Because I started playing Crystal not that long ago, but I didn't play it long enough to get a shiny. I guess I could just look it up, but yeah, I don't know the order of the Pokemon games, because it wasn't long after I played Pokemon Red that I kind of stopped playing my Game Boy. I got really into like Nintendo 64 and PlayStation at that point. It goes red and blue, yellow, then silver and gold. Okay, yeah. My stepbrother had yellow. I remember that. I was jealous that he got to have Pikachu follow him, but because I was like into the cartoon, and it seemed like it was more cartoon like than the than red. And my brother had blue, my stepbrother had yellow, I had red, and then we didn't get silver or gold. Which one came out with Crystal? Let's take a look at this. We'll go Control Alt Shift S, and we're down to 368, so we're really going quicker here. These ones here are pretty red. Let's see what we can do about that. We'll have to take another look. So these ones and these ones. This one. Crystal came out 1 year after Silver and Gold, but is considered the same gen. Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't realize that. So it didn't have another one that came out with it then? Because I know that they always did like 2 at a time, right? I think they still do that, right? With the, was it Scarlet? Or there was Sword and Shield, and then there was something with Scarlet, right? But then they broke free from that with Arceus. No, Crystal is a solo release like Yellow. Okay, yeah, that's right. Yellow was a solo release too, and yeah. my my pokey knowledge does not go that deep, unfortunately. A lot of this stuff looked like it wasn't proper either. But it doesn't look... Oh wait, I'm seeing issues already. So there's this. This. We could probably get rid of that too. Then we could probably... Well, those are that. Each gen had a solo release until Black and White. I didn't even realize there was a Black and White. I never heard of that in my life. Black and White, that just sounds counterintuitive, right? Because everything was colors and like minerals. And then they're just like, oh, Black and White. It's a DS game. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never had a DS. I didn't have an Advance either. Yeah, I kind of missed out on that. I was already a broke high school student and then college student shortly after by that point. Let's just get rid of those. This one, that one. We'll put that there, that there. Actually, that one looks kind of dumb, doesn't it? Let's do something else with that. There's a wild Ribombee. Sorry, no Magikarp. Let's get rid of some of these end ones, because we don't really need those. Actually, let's keep that there. We'll put that there. and this there. Get rid of this, this. We can even throw this there and that there. We don't want that, that. Actually, these are very similar, but not the same as this. I love that Pokemon Black and White are the first games to confuse the buyer. Pokemon Black has the white legendary on the cover, and Pokemon White had the black legendary. That is confusing. Pokemon Company. Yeah. One tidbit I do know is that Game Freak, who worked on the Pokemon games, also worked on Game Boy Color, Game Boy Camera. I don't know why I said color. Yeah, and Game Boy Camera was one of my favorite Game Boy games. Let's not have those there. Or these there. Alright, let's see how we're looking here. $348. We're getting closer. There's still a lot of tiles. Maybe this stuff here we'll take a look at. Yeah. Looks like this one is the issue. Or both of them, actually. We'll use this tile instead. And then these ones are good. These ones are good. Let's get rid of this. We'll replace it with that. Like that. These ones are different and they don't need to be. This one. Here's another one. Wait a minute. These ones are different too. They're 1 pixel off. Game Freak is a revolutionary company. Have you seen the new Pokemon game that's coming out? They finally changed the battle system. Only took 26 years. No, I haven't. I haven't heard anything about that actually. What did they change about the battle system? That's really kind of strange, right? Especially after the whole Pal World thing. No one can use Pokeballs, but you know, them, which I don't know, kind of makes sense, but it's also really weird that they filed for the patent after Pal World came out, so that's kind of weird. or after Palworld had started development or something like that. I'm not really sure the ins and outs of that. It has a new real-time battle system. Interesting. I feel like turn-based is becoming a thing of the past, unfortunately. I mean, I like real-time stuff too, but I also like the old school, like JRPG stuff. Nowadays, JRPG means something different than an old JRPG, and that's still weird to me. The game takes place in a large city where you will have designated battle areas where you are free to attack enemy NPCs. Even sneak attacks are a thing. Interesting. And how far along are they on development with that? They have a planned release date? Probably secret if it's Nintendo. Do they have a release date for the Switch 2 yet? I still don't think I'm gonna get one. Not that I think it's like a bad thing, it's just that I have a Steam Deck. I'm still trying to get all the use out of my Switch still, so I like having the Nintendo Switch Online, but I really wish they would put more games up. I really wish they would put more games in there. I feel like there's a whole lot of games that I want to play on Nintendo Switch Online that I should be able to play, like Bomberman 64 would be so cool with friends online. And Bomberman R fucking sucks, so Duke Nukem is another one that would be really cool. Of course, I have the PC game, or actually I have it on Switch. Probably why they don't have it on there, but there's a whole bunch. I mean, it's pretty cool to have Shadow Man on there. I kind of want to get back into that. I got really close to beating that one back in the day. I believe it's supposed to be released alongside the new Switch in 2025. Okay, so end of the year probably then. Probably Q4. The next Nintendo Direct this year is supposed to showcase the Switch 2 and its release date. And they'll probably forget to put any new Nintendo Switch Online games in there, which is all I really care about anymore. The next, oh yeah, I read that one. Sorry, things shifted because of the ad notification. I thought that it was a new tag or a new message. I gave my Switch to my older brother last year, so I'm gonna buy the new Switch. There you go. Hopefully it's not too overpriced. That's very kind of you to give your Switch to your older brother. Let's get rid of this, that. Let's see where we're at now. We'll Control S, Control Shift Alt S, and we'll head here. We're at 331. Let's see if we can clean up some of this stuff there. Oh, that's not right. And something down here. This and this. So that one's easy. We'll put that there. And this one, we'll use one of these. By the time it comes out, I will have a job in the 3D industry anyways, so why the heck not? Am I right? The tech industry is kind of shit right now. 3D jobs have always been hard to get, but it's not any easier right now. If you really try, you'll be able to find something, but it might not be as solid as you're hoping. We are gonna have another ad break here in just another minute, so we'll take another break when that happens. But yeah, I had a lot of trouble getting a 3D industry job. I graduated back in 2009 with a 4-year degree in 3D modeling animation from a pretty prestigious school, and it didn't get me anything. I applied at all types of places, and I think finally when I was a programmer and a 3D modeler, that's when I finally started getting work, and it still wasn't a lot of work, and it went away very quickly because of COVID. All right, we got that ad here, so we'll take a quick break. Congrats on getting first, Kixie. Appreciate that. We're back from the ad break here. Karipu says, really, I'm a 3D generalist. I was told by a person in the industry that it should be easier for me. That is correct, that being a generalist is helpful. It will also depend on what type of job you're looking for. A lot of times if you're looking for like a AAA job, they kind of want you to specialize, and the reason why they want that is because they don't want you to find better work somewhere else. They want you to get stuck there, and they want you to rely on them, and they want you to not branch out and learn other things. They don't want you to go to work for yourself. They want you to continue to work for them for as little as they can pay, so they can pay as little as possible. It's kind of shady practice, really. However, in the indie industry, you're gonna have a much better time as a generalist because I don't want a AAA job. Yeah, so you're gonna have a much better job much better time looking for work among indies, especially if you can wear many hats. Because a lot of times they can't afford to hire a lot of people. Hey, welcome in, Big Lumby. Thanks for the random Star Fox reading. We're talking about 3D jobs and the industry. I love that one. The state of the tech industry right now. And yeah, Karipu has been studying 3D generalist stuff, so like Unity and 3D modeling and that kind of stuff, it sounds like. Hey, welcome in. We appreciate you being here. Yeah, we're optimizing the tile count on this level because we were getting a weird bug with the graphics in GB Studio, so we're optimizing the level to prevent that. I'm looking for a small studio that I can spread my wings and fly. Right on, yeah. So the cool thing about independent studios, and you might actually need to start your own LLC for tax purposes, like I've done, because like yeah, I run my own studio for games and stuff like that, but I'm not actually making any money off of games. I'm actually making money from doing contract work for other studios. As weird as that sounds, Wave Games right now is only making money by doing contract work for other studios, and that's working for me, but I'm not raking it in by any means. It's become more about minimizing my expenses and doing everything that I can to try to keep some side income, as well as like set myself up for future income and stuff like that. Let's see. Big Lumpy says, oh, wicked. Honestly, I would want an indie job, if any, rather than a big AAA job. AAA jobs means that you're a serf to a corporate system. You're absolutely right. I'm glad that there's more awareness around that today. When I was in college, there was no awareness of that. A lot of that stuff hadn't really come to light yet. And I kind of dodged a bullet by not getting hired in the AAA industry. It's a good thing that my younger brother already knows how to make a LLC, so I can get help with this. Yeah, that is helpful for sure. I ended up using, what is it, LegalZoom, and it's like way more expensive than it should be. So I don't recommend using LegalZoom. You can do it yourself, and if you have someone to help you to do it, that's that much better. Each state does have special rules. Like I started my LLC in Arizona, and Arizona requires you to have a PO box, and it requires you to have a business registrar, which not all states require that stuff. So those are extra expenses that I had to deal with because I chose to start mine in Arizona. I could switch it, but that would cost other expenses and stuff like that. So right now I'm just paying those extra bills. Heyo, I've been lurking since stream started. Texture painting and substance. Welcome in _all. Thank you for lurking. Thanks for joining the conversation. Yeah, we're just fixing this level here. I'm sure you've been paying attention to that a little bit. And then we're talking about what it's like in the industry right now, as far as finding work as a contractor, or we were talking about what it's like in the AAA industry right now. And I never actually have worked any AAA jobs. I've only worked for small studios and startups. Some of the startups are pretty big, I won't lie. Some of them are like, they're not big in terms of people, but big in terms of money being generated. And that's kind of what you want. Oh, hey, welcome in, Puke, with the raid. Hope everything was going good with the retro stuff. I was lurking. I was having a fun time lurking. It's always fun watching that. Call Me Kixie says, I need to head to bed. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for hanging out, Kixie. I can't wait for your stream tomorrow. Everyone should go check out Kixie if you haven't yet. She's streaming tomorrow. And definitely check out Kixie's stream. But thanks everyone for raiding in. Very much appreciate that. Big Lumbee. Abraxas, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciate that. We're getting 2 messages for that, so that's a little weird, but that's okay. Shout out for Puke, of course. Everyone should go check out Puke if you haven't. That's such a cool emote. The wizard, I love that. Mora, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Those are interesting emotes, Abraxas. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys, and joining the chat. Lunatrek, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Call Me Kixie says, thank you, good night. Thank you so much, Kixie. And again, everyone should go check out Kixie. Let me give her a quick shout out real quick. She's just about to take off, and she's streaming tomorrow. So, all the new raiders, anyone who's been lurking, anyone who's been hanging out, check out Call Me Kixie. She does indie games, and she does a little bit of Steam shopping, and a lot of just chatting, and it's going to be a great time. You'll see me there tomorrow. If I wake up in time, I'll set an alarm and hopefully be there and be half asleep probably, but that's okay. Oh yeah, yeah, Lunatrek, thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, we were optimizing the tile count on this, so it works better with GB Studio. It was working fine until we started using the UI elements, and then as soon as you pull up the UI, it's all bugged out, and you start seeing UI tiles in the background. So we're optimizing this. I have a bunch. Those are sweet. Did you make those yourself, Abraxas? The car one's cool too, Cybergenie. Nice. And a PNG tuber to go with, but I'm over to Linux now, so the PNG tuber might be dead. Oh, well, might be able to figure something else out. I'm not a Linux user, unfortunately. I have a Steam Deck, and I'm like starting to learn Linux because of that, but I'm still kind of learning quite a bit there. Karipu earlier said, I found out recently that I learned new skills fast. I was scared of UV unwrapping, but I know I can unwrap a model in 15 to 45 minutes depending on the model. UV unwrapping isn't so hard. It's I think a lot of people like demonize it, but honestly a lot of the work that I get involves UV unwrapping, so, and texture atlases and stuff like that. So it definitely, when I was in college, I was like, when am I ever going to need to use this? But I actually use it quite a bit for like contracts and stuff. Moore says, Puke crushed it. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Yeah, it looks like we're, oh, time for snacks. Enjoy your snacks, Puke. I think we're caught up on chat. Yeah, but I very much appreciate the raid. Gotta restart my browser, BRB. Take your time. I'm running Arc on my laptop and desktop now. Or is that Arch? Right on. I've been using it for like 20 years on and off, but last few years I've been using it a lot more. AI kind of made it. I just cleaned it up and took to a stream, and oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I love that wizard, the party wizard. Very cool emote. Karipu says, yeah, it's pretty fun. Honestly, I could sit down and UV unwrap things for hours. It is, it's like putting together a puzzle a little bit. Especially if you got like a big texture atlas. It's a lot of fun. Abraxas is back. Welcome back. Oh yeah, and there's a link to my Discord if anyone wants to join that. I very much appreciate it. You can share your work, you can share what you're working on, you can share when you're going live, you can share music that you made, you can share music that you found on the internet. Anything kind of goes there. I mean, there's no nothing not safe for work, of course, and we try to keep it friendly as possible. But when it comes to sharing what you do, hell yeah, we want to see it. We want to know, you know, if you got any type of talents or any hobbies or anything like that. I'm always interested to see what other people are doing. That and topology are two of my favorite things. Right on, yeah. A lot of people, again, they fail to learn topology, and it's kind of hilarious. If you ever like get ripped assets from games, it's crazy how much stuff ships with bad topology. And then if you're trying to mod using those ripped things, like, that's a pain in the ass when there's bad topology, because you either have to fix it or work with it, which is like it works against you when it's bad topology. A lot of times people will start doing like just modeling and not realize how important topology is for animating. So it's definitely a good idea to do a little bit of animating while you're learning to model, so that way you can understand why armpits have to be the way they are, or why you want to use a T pose and not a pose. The little things like that actually, you know, make a big difference. But yeah, when I made this background, I made it all willy-nilly because it looked cool. And I was like, and then I was like, all right, well, we'll fix it if it doesn't work. But it worked because we weren't using the UI, and now we are using the UI, so now I'm going back and fixing it even more. So it's a little bit of a tedious process. It was less tedious when we started, but it's one of those things where there's what do they call it? The law of diminishing returns kind of thing, where the more you optimize it, the more work it takes to continue to get optimizations out of it, that kind of thing. Oh, that's one way to do it, just delete everything. There's a Mr. Rhyme in chat if anyone plays the Pokemon game, wants to catch Pokemon. Mr. Rhyme, that must be like Mr. Mime, but different, right? I felt so bad for a classmate of mine. I got a model they made for my group project, and I realized that it would be easier for me to remodel the character they made instead of trying to rig theirs. That is very common. In fact, I just had a contract job where it was the same thing. They gave me something that like it was almost done. They almost had it rigged, but there was so many issues that I needed to do retopology on parts of it because it just wasn't going to work the way they had it. And I learned some things, and it was a lot of fun, but man, that was a lot of work. And if they would have just done it right from the get-go, it would have been fine. You know, I'm sure if they would have stuck with it and continued the job, then it would have been just as easy for them. But when it's someone else, it's different. It's almost like dealing with someone else's code. It's actually a lot like that. Oh, I fucked that up. So with code, you can leave comments, and that's what you do. You leave comments so that way someone else can learn what you're doing just by looking at it. They can read it and say like, oh, I get it. With 3D modeling, that's not a thing. You can't leave comments on your 3D models. So what you do is you follow what they call the best practices. And if you don't learn the best practices, then it makes it really hard to work with you. So that's going to be helpful for you. Pokegift, hell yeah. Pokegift rare, hell yeah. Big Lumbee got, and Mora got the rare Pokegifts. Thank you so much for gifting the chat. It's very cool. It's like they made the model and hit smooth 7 times. Oof, yeah, that's not fun. They probably just didn't know what they were doing, you know. If they use a, what do they call it, the sub mesh, right? The subsurface. Then you can do that because you've got the like the backups, right? And if it's all good topology to begin with, then you can just go in and out of low to high poly, kind of like in ZBrush or something like that. But yeah, if you just hit the smooth button and apply your subsurface, like that makes it really hard to go backwards. I almost want to record a video for them to tell them how to do it correctly because I feel like my school failed them. It's our final semester. I've had to fix rigs I was animating before. Lots of weight painting issues. Yes, that was the last job I did had weight painting issues up the wazoo, and my client wasn't too happy about the invoice. He paid it and he told me that I did a great job and all that, but he wasn't expecting it for me to have spent so many hours on it, and I had to explain to him like, this is why. And you know, another thing you'll learn is that when you're invoicing people, you need to tell them exactly how much time you spend doing each little thing, so that way there's no discrepancies when it comes to like, hey, did you actually do what you did? Like, yes, this is what I did, this is how long it took, then I started doing this, and this is how long that took, and then I did this, and this is how long that took. And sometimes what I end up doing is if I find myself spinning gears and like having to like look things up, I'll turn off the clock, because I'll just do that on my own time. I'm not trying to rip anyone off. I'm you know, if I need to learn something on the job, I don't put that on the clock, you know, because I'm going to learn something out of it. And sometimes I have to do that, but usually and hopefully I don't ever have to do that often. So you know, it's one of those things. Do you use Maya, Rick, or Blender? I use Blender. I went to school for 3ds Max, which is not something I use ever anymore. 3ds Max is so freaking expensive. I literally haven't found a single client willing to pay for the license, and I don't make enough money to pay for it. Like I just don't, you know. So I'll give people the option, like, hey, if you want to pay for the license, we can use 3ds Max on this, or we can do it without a license because Blender's free, and every single time they say let's do it with Blender. I know a lot of like very professional animators will stick with Maya because rigging and stuff like that is easier in Maya, and it just does a better job, I guess. But I was never trained in Maya, and I've only done like crash courses in Maya, so like I never actually got good with Maya, and I was always using the student version, which you can't use commercially anyways. I'm glad to hear that I shouldn't feel bad for fixing their model. Seems like a normal part of the job. I use Maya. Oh, interesting. That's cool that you use Maya. But yeah, the licenses are so expensive for that stuff. So, you know, that's just one thing to think about. And it's probably good to learn a little bit of each, to be honest. Like, because Blender's free, and it's not going to hurt you to learn some of that. I mean, it takes some time, but it's not all that different from Maya or 3ds Max. I mean, I spent years in school on 3ds Max, and I've only spent a few days like struggling to learn Maya. But from what I understand, they're all not really that different. I mean, the things are in different spots, and they're called different things. But other than that, they kind of work in very similar ways. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna switch to Blender. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're into Maya and you're willing to pay for the licenses and stuff like that, then there's nothing wrong with using Maya. In fact, a lot of like I said, professional animators stick with Maya, and but like I said, it could be beneficial to learn to use Blender as well. I don't see anything wrong with learning both. But yeah, Blender is super useful, and it seems like it's just getting more and more useful, and I'm getting better and faster at it the more I use it, and I'm learning a lot more about it, because you know, for a long time I didn't touch animation in it, and like I didn't even do any rendering in it, and now I'm becoming more proficient in animation and rendering, and you know, I went from like just modeling to doing the modeling and the texturing and the UVs, and then to doing the rigging, and then doing the animations, and then doing the rendering. So, and I'm sure there's still things that I need to learn. In fact, shaders, I still don't really do a whole lot of shaders in Blender because I end up doing shaders in Unity. I kind of wish there was like a universal shader that you could use in 3ds Max and Maya and Blender and Unity and Unreal, but it's just not like that. You end up having to do shaders in different things. I mean, outside of like a standard shader, and that kind of thing. But underscore alt says they use Maya too. That's really cool that you guys both that you both use Maya, because I honestly don't know that many people that use Maya outside of like some professionals that have told me that that's what they use, but not really friends, just like, you know, networks and stuff like that. But yeah, one time I applied for a job that was a Maya job, even though I didn't really know Maya, but I didn't get the job. That's probably a good thing that I didn't get the job, because it was for Apple, and I would have to move to Sunnyvale and get paid like, I don't know, it was like $15 an hour back then, which is like less than minimum wage or some shit now. So yeah, I wouldn't have been able to afford the apartment that I would have needed to live there. So I'm glad I didn't get that job. It would have looked cool on my resume, I guess, to say like, hey, I work for Apple, but also you take that to an indie company and then you might look like a tool. I like Maya, but it's so expensive. I don't think I want to deal with it, so I'm happy to switch to Blender. Right on. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's very expensive, and Blender is very versatile, very useful. One thing I really wanted to get into, because another program that I used in school was ZBrush. I used a lot of ZBrush in school, and I never was able to like afford it, and so I couldn't use it like professionally, and I always really wanted to, and I got really close to buying the perpetual license right before it got bought out, and they took that off the market, and I should have bought it. I was so close to buying it. I had the money, I had the job, I was actually going to use it for work, and then I ended up, a lot of because I was like managing a project, and a lot of the character art that needed to be done, someone else on the project really wanted to do that. So when you're managing a team and someone really wants to do something, it's a good idea to let them do it, even if it's something that you want to do, because if you tell them no and then you do it themselves, they're probably going to do shit work. And you don't want that if you're managing them. You want them to do the best that they can. Dang, you almost had the golden ticket. Yeah, I should have gotten it, because I mean, it's still an old version now, it's an outdated version now, but it's not available online anymore, even for $1,000 or whatever they were asking for it. It seemed like a lot at the time, but now it's like, man, I could have had a perpetual license to use something that was perfectly good. Perfectly, I mean, heck, I was using ZBrush 3 or something back in college, so you know, now they're at whatever. I don't even know what they're at now. But I really liked ZBrush. It could do a lot. One time I even set up a rig in ZBrush. You don't want to do that. It was interesting, but it was not usable by any means. It did a rig. Wasn't good. I wonder where we're at now. Let's take a look here. 310, we're getting so close. We need to get to 2 something, 209, I think. I don't know. Could look this up. $192. Oh, so I was off. 192. So we're still pretty far off here. Let's take a look at this. Why are those so different? I don't see the difference. Oh, I see it. It's a 1 pixel difference. Also, this one's different too. We are going to have a short ad break here in a second. I'm honestly tempted to buy the Steam version of Substance so I don't have to pay for a subscription before Adobe Company takes it from me. This is my golden ticket. You might be right. If you plan on sticking with Substance, it might be a good idea to do that. I decided that if Adobe has already touched it, it's ruined for me. The only Adobe thing that I touch these days is Mixamo, and I have a feeling that they're gonna make that not free eventually too. I'm using the Adobe Substance right now, but I want to get the Steam version soon. I didn't know that there was a Steam version, to be honest. But I'm afraid that anything that Adobe touches is gonna turn to shit, and I'm doing my best to not do any Adobe anymore. When I was in college, that was huge part of the curriculum. Adobe this, Adobe that, the Creative Suite. Oh, we got that ad here. We'll take a quick ad break. Welcome back from the ad break. Sorry about that. Karipu says it's only one-time purchase of $1.99. I'm thinking it's worth it. It probably is, but it sounds like it's not going to get updated after this year. So if you need the new updates, you want to stay up to date and the best new features and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to get them. And but heck, I think it's what, $600 a year for the subscription, so it's a big cost saver. I want to know who's gonna come up and make an alternative for that. It looks like there's armor paint. I'm not sure about it though. I don't know anything about it. I'm just looking things up right now. There's Quixel Mixer, but it doesn't have a symmetry brush. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just looking at a Reddit post now. Then there's Toolbag 4 from Marmoset. This person says they're pretty sure they still have a perpetual license, but that was 3 years ago, so who knows how accurate that is. A lot of people are saying Mixer is a good alternative. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like Quixel Mixer seems to be the most appreciated free alternative. But yeah, I played around with Substance, but I looked at the price. I was like, I can't afford this. Why am I even playing with this? I can't afford this. So yeah, I mean, I get that like people really want to do like PBR materials and stuff, but if you look at like the industry, there is so much stylized stuff right now. And it's been this way for a long time now. Stylized stuff isn't going anywhere. And it has a lot more longevity than the PBR super realism. Because the thing about super realism is that it's always going to be behind. And it's always going to need the top of the line system to do it. Because you're trying to emulate reality. You're never going to get there. It's never going to get to reality. It'll get close. And it's already getting pretty close, but the way it always looks 10 years later is that it looks like shit compared to what that you can do 10 years in the future. So you're always going to be struggling to get to that next like level of photorealism. And that's the way it's been for a long time now. And we mentioned the law of diminishing returns here, and we're already at that point where it's really hard to see the returns from, you know, doubling your system strength and spending twice as much money on software and that kind of stuff. The real heroes of the tech field are the 5 to 10 year old Reddit post of that one thing you want to know. Yeah, pretty much. That post was definitely a few years old. But yeah, I don't like Adobe. I think they come and ruin everything, and they try to make themselves like the like needed, you know. They try like hell to stay relevant and needed, and like, oh, you're not an artist if you don't use Adobe. Well, guess what? There's a whole bunch of alternatives for most of their stuff now. And I don't use Adobe at all anymore. Even though I spent years in college learning it, spent tons of money learning Adobe stuff, I don't use it at all anymore. I don't know what to do next to this to optimize it. It's all the background tiles. Oh, there's something here. There's one here. Let's fix that. That shouldn't be there. Was it this one? Well, that's something. What happened to the... Did we kill it? What was it? Tile count? Oh, there it is. It's still open. I don't know why I kept opening a new window. Alright, so we did fix that. That's better than nothing, I guess. Adobe is trying to become the be-all, end-all, dipping their fingers in all the pies. The Adobe scum can suck it. I use Clip Studio. I finally bought Clip Studio Paint this last time it went on sale. I haven't actually had a chance to play with it yet, though. Unlike Adobe Photoshop, I pay one-time fee if I want it, and it's mine forever. Clip Studio is great. Yeah, I need to get more into it. I've been using GIMP for years now, and I've actually been teaching people to use GIMP when they were like, graphic designers be like, oh, can you do something for me? And I'll be like, I can show you how to use GIMP. That way you don't just have to come to me for simple little graphic fixes like this. I probably make more money doing the simple little graphics fixes and charging them, but that just seems like a waste to me. The corporate world really needs to tell Microsoft and Adobe to back off. Yeah. I feel less concerned about Microsoft because it hasn't like started with the subscriptions so much, but that seems where everything is going, you know. But they definitely need to back off with automatically updating me for Windows 11 on a system that can't even handle it. Like, come on, you know, like. I used GIMP once to make a photo of my friend into a painting. It wasn't bad at all. GIMP is super unintuitive if you're coming from Photoshop. That's what I will say. It is not user friendly. The shortcuts are all wrong, and the UI is stupid. The layout's dumb. Although they did just update to 3.0. You can now select multiple layers. I know that was a lot of everyone's big gripe with GIMP, was that you couldn't select multiple layers. Now you can. I haven't actually had a chance to play with that yet either. Yeah, I wanted to like GIMP, but those Photoshop keybinds are so ingrained. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was very, very hard for me to learn GIMP. I've been trying to adjust to Krita. I did that too. I was trying to adjust to Krita, and I still was using Krita for like illustration stuff, but anything that was like texturing and like grids and like, you know, I don't know. I use Aseprite whenever I can, to be honest. Anything that Aseprite can handle, I'm like all about using Aseprite for it. But yeah, it's for a lot of things like textures and stuff like that, or texture atlases and things like that. I'll use GIMP. Yeah. I just used the smear brush to make it look like painting cheat code. There you go. There you go. I mean, you're doing it by hand then, where Adobe wants everything to be automated. But also, Adobe sells everything you do to AI, right? Isn't that the thing? I'm not great at art, but yeah, I start in Krita and then ended up in Photoshop. Guess that won't be a problem anymore since I ditched Windows. Well, can't you run a lot of Windows software with like Wine or something like that in Linux? And I'm not a big Linux user. I'm just now starting to learn that stuff. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I'm still learning that stuff. There's so many tiles I need to get rid of still. I feel like I should just start deleting them and then just like patch it later. That might not be a bad idea, actually. All right, let's close these. Oh wait, I didn't want to close that one. Whoops. I just closed a whole bunch of shit I didn't want to close. Let's get that open again, because that was like Twitch and YouTube. That's all I really need open. Alright, now I've got those things open. It's come a long ways. Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, I'm only using the Steam OS, so I'm sure that's different than anything else, but it seems like it's come a long ways. And then the Proton stuff for game compatibility is like super helpful. Absolutely. There's a wild Buzel in chat if anyone wants to try to catch the Pokemon. Karpu said, I had Krita, but I was a young artist, so I didn't get the hang of the program. Now that my brain is fully developed, I learn programs faster. Yippee! Oh, right on. Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think the more you use computers and the more you learn different software, the easier it is to adapt to different software. Steam Deck is based on Arch. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think they're making Steam OS available for non-Steam Decks too, if they haven't already. So we'll just start deleting some of these tiles, I think, and then we'll patch it in later. Was it this one? That one? This one? This one? This one? These ones? Those ones? Did I get that one? I think I did. Yeah, it's based on Ubuntu, I think. I think you're right. I honestly, I don't know. I think what my biggest struggle for Blender is going to be my workflow. You might be right. Honestly, I don't know much about Maya workflows, so you might be right, but I know that there's a lot of helpful resources online when it comes to Blender, and I actually found it to be quite a breeze compared to when I was learning 3ds Max back in college. But I think a lot of that has to do with YouTube was still in its infancy when I was learning 3ds Max, and the teacher literally gave us like text tutorials from like websites to help, and it was like you know, like forum posts and stuff like that is how we learned. So this one and this one, this one, this one, this one. But yeah, there's so much good stuff on YouTube now. It just wasn't there when I was in college. And dude, it makes it so much easier. I mean, don't get me wrong, like going to college is like a good experience, even though it's like really expensive, and like I felt really screwed when I left and wasn't able to get work, and like I should have done a lot more networking when I was there, and I probably should have went to a different school for what I was learning. And there's all types of mistakes that I made in college that I wish I didn't, but I learned a lot, and it really helped me a ton. And most importantly, it taught me how to learn, because that's the key, is you never stop learning. You know, some people they get stuck in their ways, and they think that they got everything they need to know, and then they just stop learning. And there's a lot of people like that, and like I guess that's okay if that's the type of person you want to be. But for me, I found it super beneficial to just always keep learning. And I can't, oh, these and these. Looks like I already got those. I need these. Let's see what else there is here. A YouTuber I watched said that I can change the keyboard commands to be industry standard. Do you think that is a good idea to do? It could be. You just got to make sure that you keep track of that, because if you're watching another tutorial where the keyboard shortcuts aren't the same, and they're explaining things to you like that, like you have the same keyboard shortcuts, and that could actually make things more difficult. So it's up to you whether you want to do it. What I did was I kept the keyboard shortcuts the same, because honestly I wasn't really using that many keyboard shortcuts in Max anyways. I was just using the menu navigation and stuff, and I know that's not super quick, but yeah, I never got to the point where I was like a whiz at 3ds Max. So I actually don't have a problem with the keyboard shortcuts in Blender now. At first it was really weird, like why is G to translate things? Like why wouldn't they make it T, you know? But it's grab, G is grab. That doesn't make sense to me. But now I instinctually know to hit the G button, and then the axis that I want. Like if I want to move something along the x-axis, you hit G and then you hit X, and then it sticks to the x-axis. You know, and I still don't know all the keyboard shortcuts. I use the menu a lot. I don't think there's anything wrong with only using the keyboard shortcuts when you feel comfortable. And a lot of times it comes from repetition. If there's something you got to do over and over again, then yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go through and click through the menu every time. But if you only got to do it once or twice, then that's not such an issue. Let's see how this fares. $233. We knocked that down quite a bit, but we're still gonna need more removed. So, but yeah, as you can see, the heat map has changed here, so that's very helpful. I crashed substance. Uh-oh. Sorry to hear that. Rip, you hate to see it. Yeah. Now I think about it, I use the Maya pop-up menu a lot more than the shortcuts, so I might keep the shortcuts the same. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to keep them the same, because like I said, if you use a lot of tutorials, a lot of times when they make a tutorial for Blender, they'll use the shortcuts that were built in. You will see sometimes where people they'll explain, I hit this button because I changed my shortcuts to do that. You can change the shortcuts here. And like, that's fine, but I usually go to another one at that point because there's usually more than one tutorial on the same thing. But yeah, you can always change them back, I'm pretty sure too. So, but yeah, I like using Blender quite a bit. I feel right at home in it now. It took a while, but I was actually pretty lucky. I got to learn Blender on the clock kind of thing, which is not something you get everywhere. Because it was a per project basis, so it's not like I got paid for every second that I was learning, but I got paid to do something that I didn't know how to do before. So I learned a crap ton with that contract. It was actually really interesting. It was one of my friends that I knew, like, in real life. I used to go to these. Sorry, I'm chewing on gummy bears. That's why it sounds like I'm eating something. So I used to go to when I was living in Phoenix. I used to go to these IGDA Phoenix chapter meetups, and it was awesome. I used to go every month, and I met some really cool people that way. And one of the people I met, I can't remember his name, but he had this studio called Cyberfox Studios. I think the website's still up. For a while there, my picture and name were on his website as like a team member, even though I was only doing a little bit of contract work for him. But what he wanted was a job in Unreal. But he was a Unity developer. And he didn't do any 3D modeling. He just did programming. And he wanted to learn Unreal, and he wanted to get a job in it. So he decided that he was going to hire me and one other person to help him build his portfolio, because he wanted it to look good. If he just did programmer art, he figured that would look terrible. So he hired artists to make things for him to make a little prototype. And that's what we did. He got the job, he paid us, and everything worked out great. It was kind of weird because it was like we're making a prototype for a game that isn't going to come into existence. And we knew that as we were going into it, so it wasn't like, you know, it's not like the rug was pulled out from under us or anything like that. But it was an interesting experience to work on something that we knew wasn't going to get finished. It kind of made it easier in a sense, because you knew there wasn't going to be eyeballs on it. You knew there wasn't going to be testing involved. It was just literally to put something on this guy's portfolio so he could get a job. Sounds interesting. Yeah, it wasn't like the highest paying thing, but I got to help a friend. I got to learn Blender. I also got to learn Unreal. It wasn't required that I learned Unreal, but I took it upon myself to learn the engine. I did a little bit of blueprint stuff, and at least, you know, was able to put my models in there and you know, make them move around a bit. I did some shader stuff in there because he wanted it to look good, you know. And I don't think he realized that you can't just take shaders from Blender and put them into Unreal. So I learned a little bit of doing shaders in Unreal. And it was actually cool. We made a little like Portal-like game where you had a portal gun, and the idea was to make it like elemental portals. So we had one that was like a rock portal, and it would like, you would shoot the portal and like rocks would come out of it. I'm trying to remember what we called the game, but I made like a logo for it, and we made it look like it was going to become a real game, and that's what got him the job. So yeah, I can't remember the name though. It was fun. Karipu says, all of my family members have tried blenders, and the famed donut tutorial claimed everyone of their poor souls. Really? They couldn't do the donut tutorial? I didn't end up doing the tutorial. I got to that guy's stuff late, and then I realized that he was like selling NFTs, and I was like, well, I don't want to support someone who's selling NFTs. But yeah, I mean, at this point, if you show someone a donut, they're not going to be impressed at all. There's so many donuts out there. We do have an ad break coming up here soon, so we'll take another short break for that. Until then, we'll keep chipping away here. There's a wild core fish in chat. It's kind of like a Magikarp, right? Maybe not. To be fair, the NFT was just to fund more money for Blender and not for a personal gain. Well, right on, but still, NFTs are pretty bogus. We're at that ad, so we'll take an ad break here. All right, we're back from the ad break. Thanks everyone for hanging out. But yeah, on the NFT topic, it's like, if you can't think of a better way to raise money, then like you're just not creative, right? If you're jumping into the NFT thing, you're kind of normalizing it. And it's like, yeah, NFTs are kind of like the most annoying art trends I've ever seen. Yeah, it's diminishing art is what it is. And I can't tell you how many people, and still, just recently, someone has approached me about this, want me to make their NFT game. Like, are you for real? Like, do you not realize that that's not going to, first of all, it's not going to make any money. Second of all, it would do nothing but hurt me, right? Because people would no longer want to play my games once they realize that I worked on an NFT game. And anyone who does make money off of it is just ripping people off. So like, why would you want to propel that system? So I don't know. I get that you want to generate revenue for Blender, and that's a noble cause. But to just jump on some trend because you think that's going to make the most money, like, be more creative than that. If you're a creative person, be more creative. You know, there's better options than NFTs out there. And there's also a whole lot of YouTubers out there that do tutorials that are better or different, or you don't have to watch that guy's tutorials just because he's the most popular tutorial guy. You know what I mean? And I don't think there's anything wrong with doing his tutorials. And certainly if I think that I'm getting the information that I need from him, then I'll still do that. But I'm not gonna sit there and make donuts just because everyone thinks that like that's what you gotta do. And don't get me wrong, I like donuts as much as the next person. I can't eat them anymore because I'm gluten intolerant. I still need to try some gluten-free donuts. I hear that's a thing. Yeah, like, nothing against donuts, but I don't think that's the answer. But that's also sad that your family wasn't able to do it, because I hear that, or from what I understand, that's all some pretty easy stuff to do. Where's the app? There's the app. Alright, so these down here. And up above it. Right here. Let's scooch over a bit. This one, it looked like this one. These three. This one, this one. This one. This one. Did I get those ones? This one. Let's see where we're at now. $207, we are getting close. We are getting very close now. $204. These ones. Check it out now. 196. We need it down to 192. Honestly, I was in high school at the time, so I didn't think it was that bad, especially since he was making a big NFT donut made from all the donated donuts that people wanted him to use for it. But I can definitely see it from your perspective too. Oh yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna hold it against anyone for participating in that, or you know, enjoying his tutorials or anything like that, or I'm not even gonna hold it against him as a person. But personally, I don't want to be involved with anything like that. It's just a personal decision. I try not to be judgmental about stuff like that. But that is where I stand on that. Yeah, I mean, the NFT thing was a trend, you know, and it's one of those things that, like, I guess when you're older, trends seem to dissipate faster, right? And when you're younger, it seems like, how can you not follow that trend? The whole world's following that trend. But the reality is that, like, trends come and go, you know? And there is some disillusionment that occurs. Like, I remember when I was young, there were old people that thought the internet was a trend. Oh, the internet's just a trend. The .com thing is just a trend. And they were disillusioned. They had no idea what they were really talking about. But they had seen trends come and go before, and they thought that they were identifying a trend, and they weren't. Now, with NFTs, what we're talking about is an offshoot of cryptocurrency, which isn't a trend. It's here to stay, for better or for worse. And honestly, if they fix some of the issues with it, it's not that bad of a thing. It's just unfortunate that they the only way NFTs and crypto was able to get where it got was by popularity, and they had to boost that popularity in by whatever means necessary, you know. Abraxas says, I think it was a cool idea, but it got ruined by scammers. The concept of being able to hold your own thing and have proper ownership of it was neat. Since it was all on the blockchain, you could, in theory, move it around if the assets were in a stable location. So what I will say is that it's if you really want to have a token, then that's fine. However, the art is not the token, right? I don't know. People think like, oh, this is a unique thing. It's non-fungible. It's no, there's only one in the universe. Well, you can do that with a painting, right? And it's actually a piece of art, because when you do that with an NFT, it's just a token. It's not even the piece of art. It's just the token. You own a hash that points to that asset. Exactly. But that asset could be copied. It could be screenshotted. You know, it's like, I don't know. The token is what's worth the money, the hash, and that just seems like a weird thing to collect or to sell. Yeah, that's where things got stupid. So the other thing that's stupid about crypto is that as far as like what we call like stable crypto, or like crypto that can actually make money, or, well, I guess that's not a good way. So there's proof of work, and then there's proof of stake. And proof of work is the only thing that works right now, but it requires us to diminish the environment, which is ridiculous because it's not actually doing anything. It's an abstract thing. It's a bunch of ones and zeros, but it's destroying the environment. It uses so much electricity to do that. So that's why they created this proof of work, but proof of stake. But the whole proof of stake thing, it only works if no one owns 51% of the stake. as soon as someone owns 51% of the stake, it no longer works. It sinks completely. And that's not stable. That's not worth it. That's a scam. Because you know what's going to happen? The people with the money are going to own all of the stake in the crypto, and they're going to sink it, and so that way they can have all the money again. So that's just how that works. That's business, and it's a weird thing, weird sidestep. But I do think that we should stop using proof of work because of the environment. We got to think that carbon, fossil fuels and carbon footprints and all that stuff, like crypto ain't helping it, you know. Where am I at? I almost did a backflip when I was in Florida last year and saw a NFT painting in an electronic frame that was $500 in a small art shop. You own a hash point to the asset. Yeah, that's where things got stupid. The thing I hate about crypto is that it magically just makes money despite having zero utility. It only makes money if people are willing to buy it from you. So interesting. I didn't even know how crypto and NFTs work. Well, yeah, some NFTs use proof of stake and some of them use proof of work. But either one are worthless if no one wants to buy it. If they want to buy it, then it's worth something. But the proof of work, anytime you exchange it, you have to deplete the environment. You have to use electricity to do that. And that's what that work is. It's compute. It's computers actually doing these algorithms to make sure that it's legit, like it's a legit transaction. It's just to legitimize the transaction and say that this is a fair transaction and that it's not being duped, it's not being tricked, there's no hacking going on, that kind of stuff. So it's just a long way of doing what we already do with paper money, which isn't even paper anymore. It's almost all digital. I mean, it's not even backed by gold in like most of the world. So like, it's a long way of doing what we've already been doing. People rag on the guy for buying pizza with crypto, but he's actually got something at least. It depends, you know? I mean, it's weird, you know, when I was I was at this art festival, I was at a music festival in 2016, and I was camping with this dude who was a software developer working on cryptocurrency exchange things. I don't know, he was explaining it to me, but it was kind of going in one ear and out the other, and he was way more of a software developer than I ever was or ever will be, really. And he was telling me, he's like, hands down, you should invest in Bitcoin right now. And I was like, man, I've only got like $2,000 to my name and I need that for rent. He's like, you should put $50 in, you know? I was like, I don't know, dude. It sounds like I might not see that $50 again. Sounds like a gamble. I don't really gamble. He's like, dude, it's not a gamble. Put $50 in Bitcoin and you won't regret it. And I didn't listen to him. And honestly, if I would have put $50 in Bitcoin, that would have been like, I don't know, $50,000 or something at least, right? By now. Depends on when I sold it or whatever. But me being an environmentalist, I'm glad that I didn't actually help propel the destruction of our planet, I guess. That's the only way I can look at it. It's a peace of mind that I paid for, I guess. There are concerns about the damage on the planet, but if we were generating power via nuclear and hydro, would it be a big deal? Well, it depends. If you know anything about nuclear or hydro, there's an environmental cost to both of those. I mean, look at Fukushima, right? Our ocean is irradiated because of nuclear power. If you look at hydro, I mean, where's the biggest hydro plant in the States? Hoover Dam. You know how many people died making the Hoover Dam? How many people are actually poured into the concrete? How many bodies are in the concrete because when they died, there was no way to retrieve the bodies, so they just poured concrete over them. There's bodies in the concrete, and not to mention that it's affected the environment around the rivers and the waterways and all the carbon footprint that went into putting the dam there, right? So it's not like it's 100% carbon free, you know. It's not like it's 100% environmentally friendly either. There's no great way of making electricity without hurting the environment. I mean, solar comes pretty close, but solar's got issues too. Wind, it comes close too, but wind has issues. The next thing is wave generation, where they put things in the waves, and that again, it's getting closer, but still, you got fish to deal with, you got buoys, you got the cost of going and repairing the things, you know. I don't know. I mean, there's no great answer yet. We don't have good enough batteries. That's the major issue. If we developed better batteries, all of our power generation would be much cleaner. Another thing is that thorium is actually probably a way better option for nuclear, but we decided not to do that because you can't sell the waste as a nuclear weapon. I mean, how ridiculous is that? We've kind of set ourselves up for failure, unfortunately. Seems like NFTs are the more useless version of a sellable skin in a video game. Exactly. Oh, there was a Pokemon, I totally missed it. If I were you in that situation and I put $50 in Bitcoin would have tanked hard. Probably. That's the way I felt about it. That's honestly the way I felt about it. It's my fault that crypto did so good because I didn't put any money into it. Here's the thing. Not everyone wants nuclear. I'm very familiar with both. Nuclear power is illegal in New Zealand, for example, and such American ships, submarines are not allowed in New Zealand water space. I did not know that, but I imagine it's because it's an island and there's so much volcanic activity that it wouldn't be safe to have a nuclear reactor on a volcanic island like Fukushima. Wow, that's wild. I think I might be ignorant when it comes to these topics. I seem to have rose-tinted glasses. There is some overhead with nuclear, but what you get, it's far better than pretty much any other option we have. My dad was a nuke. He actually recently retired. And you're right in that there is not a whole lot of better options. And he said the same thing. We need better batteries. Otherwise, nuke is the best option. But you have waste. What do you do with the waste? Well, he says that we'd like to throw it into the sun one day, which is a strange thing to think about, but it's too heavy to get it up there. We don't have a slingshot to shoot it into the sun, but when we do, that's what we're gonna do with our nuclear waste, because it's not even gonna put a dent in the sun. The sun is way more radioactive all the time than all of the waste that we could come up with. We could nuke the sun to oblivion with all of our nuclear power, and it wouldn't even affect it. That's why we think that putting our waste into the sun is probably the best idea, but waste is really, really heavy. So what we do is we keep it in containment ponds. And if you know what a containment pond is, it's we keep it in a containment pond until we can ship it out to a major containment area, right? And there's a lot to it. There's this place called Yucca Mountain where we actually have a lot of underground caverns filled with nuclear waste that are encased in concrete, and they have temperature sensors and all this other stuff. Take my waste, son. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on with the nuke stuff. And it's not just some overhead, it's a massive overhead. I mean, I used to live next to a nuclear plant, and they literally had people with rocket launchers patrolling just in case a plane comes too close and tries to land. I mean, now we're having issues with drone strikes. How do you hit a drone with a rocket launcher? You know what I mean? Like, it's not just a little overhead. There was literally army trucks full of people going in and out all the time at that nuke place. Why? Because they had a massive containment pond. All it took was one plane to crash into that pond to break, because it's the pond, they call it a pond, it's actually a pool. It's a massive pool of water. And if it leaks, then it's no longer cooled. You have a meltdown. All of that stuff goes up, and it doesn't stop. If Dresden, that plant there, had a meltdown, it would have been so bad that it would affect neighboring states, like 3 or 4 neighboring states, and the fallout would be like Canada would get it, like, because it was in Illinois. Like that's and the 2 plants nearby would also melt down. That's how bad it would be if Dresden were to melt down, because there's 2 plants that are within, like, I don't know, 40 miles away or something like that, and the fallout would be so bad that you wouldn't be able to maintain those plants anymore without getting radioactive. So I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot to that. Are medial isotopes like molybdenum 99 not waste? I'm not sure. I don't really know about all of the waste, but I do know that there was a was it cesium leak in one of the lakes that I lived nearby, and there was cesium in the groundwater in one of the towns that I lived by because of the nuke plant there. And they actually have all of their water is paid for by the government now because they can't drink the well water. But yeah, it pisses off the US at one point because they tried to bring one of their Navy ships nearby since we're all allies and we told them to leave. Yeah, I could see that upsetting the US for sure. Take my waste, son. I like that. That's hilarious. I know I read it, but it's it's funny. So some of it's being used for positive stuff, but yeah, there's also spent rods, rocket launches. Might have been the style of plant near Pickering Darlington plants in Canada aren't that usable. Wow, I think I have a new fear, and it's nuclear. And people say nuclear is clean. Well, the thing is that there's waste. It's not, the half-life on the waste is like 1 million years or something like that. Like the planet will be gone by the time that the waste is no longer radioactive, and we're just making more of it. So I mean, you do get a lot of energy out of one tiny pellet of uranium. You do. I am 100% agreeing with that. But there's better ways of doing it, and we actually overlooked thorium. We actually made, in the US, we made a thorium plant, and it worked fine. And instead of melting down, the reaction just shuts off. It just stops. The reaction needs to be heated to continue. Unlike uranium, where once it's heated, it does not stop. It will keep going and going. It needs to be cooled. It needs to be contained. Otherwise, you get a meltdown. And the meltdown, we all know Fukushima is not good. It's a bad thing. Fukushima is still melting down into the ocean, by the way. It's been over 10 years, and it's still melting down into the ocean. The ocean that that's the same ocean that here in the US, you know what I mean? It's the same water, the same fish. This fish swim from there to here. Like, we eat those fish, you know? It's not looking good for the ocean, to be honest. Because we still don't have that, we still don't have the Fukushima lockdown. We still don't have that fixed, so, yeah. There's another ad break. This has been a conversation here. I'd be way more afraid of coal gas generation than I would nuclear. That's a good point. We need way too much energy for coal or gas to be useful at this point. What we need to do is to start cutting down on our electricity costs. And here I am running 2 computers to have this conversation. You know what I mean? How wasteful the nuke should learn some manners to finish its dinner so we aren't this wasteful. I couldn't help myself. For real. I mean, I don't mean to get heated. I don't mean to sound like I'm heated. It is something that I've spent a lot of time thinking about with my dad being a nuke person. You know, I could have gone into that industry, and I would have had a much easier time finding work, and I would have had a lot better paycheck. And it would have been very easy to go that route, but I chose not to because of I don't believe it's the answer. I haven't drank the Kool-Aid. And I've gotten into arguments with friends of mine who were, you know, who did go that route where they're like, why wouldn't you do that? I can't believe you don't follow your dad's footsteps. I'm a security guard trying to get my foot in the door, you know, like, it just doesn't seem like I know quite a bit about it from my dad. And I'm actually interested enough that I went through his textbooks from college and learned about it, you know? I remember like looking up how does radiation affect mutations and stuff like that, you know? And just being like, you know, pretty stoned, but also like really interested in like what these old books from the 70s had to offer, you know? And you know, it was a massive sacrifice to get to where we got with nuke energy, to be honest. The first nuke plants in the US, we cooled the rods directly in the river. We didn't have a cooling pumping station or any of that. We didn't have containment ponds or anything like that. We just dipped the rods in the river. The same river that the employees and their families were swimming in and bathing in. And all of them died from cancer. And it's something that the nuke industry doesn't really talk about. There's also, was it 3 Mile Island, which was a near meltdown in the States that we don't really talk about. There is an area where we did early nuke testing for nuclear power that the Native Americans ended up having to move there because we forced them to live there, and they won't eat the food there because they know that it's poisonous. They won't fish, they won't hunt because they know that it's still poisoned, and that's fucked up. Where are we at? Fukushima, we're boiling water reactors. We've got CANDO up here. There are a few different types of plants that do the same thing in different ways. Just finished texturing a 3D model. Awesome work, _all. Good work on that. Seems like a hot topic, so I can see why you would be heated. And I'm not trying to be. It's just like sometimes I get excited when it's something that I actually know about. And we are having an ad soon, so we'll take a little break. By soon, I mean now. Alright, we're back from the break. Underscore alt says, I'm actually really proud of this. Kari says, I would love to see it if you're gonna post in the Discord. Absolutely, if you want to check out the Discord. I don't think you're in there. We can link that. Oh, I hit the wrong thing, didn't I? Oh, you are in there. Okay, sorry. I'm really bad at keeping track of who's in there. But also, if you wanted to post it in the chat, I have links turned on, so that's a thing too. Of course, if you can't or you don't want to, I totally understand as well. Yeah, I definitely appreciate you being in the Discord. Sorry that I'm so bad about remembering who's in there. Yeah. Back. I am. Yeah, cool. But yeah. Again, Abraxas, I'm not against nuke. Like, I'm not saying like we shouldn't do nuke. I'm just saying that like it's not gonna solve all of our issues. So I appreciate you standing up for nukes, because I do think that there is a need for them, and I think we should increase the safety, and honestly I think we should kind of start switching to thorium, because that seems like a much safer way of doing it, and thorium is a lot easier to get than uranium. There would still be the mining of thorium, and just like you need to mine uranium, but it's a lot less dangerous to mine. And yeah. Fun side fact, there was a Geiger counter enthusiast who was touring the Grand Canyon and found a bucket of uranium in a visitor center at the Grand Canyon that had apparently been there for like 100 years or something like that, just radiating people for 100 years. No one who worked there knew what it was. It was a bucket it was moved to a back room. It used to be on display, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that would be awesome too. There's a push up here in Ontario to move from the big plants to small modular reactors. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Interesting in theory though, I guess. Geiger Earthbound reference. You mean Gigas? Gigas? I posted it on the Discord, by the way. Oh, sweet, thank you. Let's take a look. Do you mind if I share it on stream? Because this looks fantastic. Sure. Cool. Yeah, check this out. I love the wood. The wood looks so realistic. Yeah, I like how the edge of this looks good, and then how there's like more rust in the middle where like the edges have been worn more. Definitely looks good. The burntness of the I don't know, the chamber, right? That's cool. I like the little icons. Very steampunk. The little wire going there. All the nicks and scratches. I like how this is like a snowflake, and then this is like electricity, and I don't know what that is. Probably some type of heat symbol or something like that. And then there's the power button or power symbol. Very cool. Thank you for sharing this. It's very cool. I'm proud of it for you. Yeah, I use a lot of layers and things. Let's see. It looks so cool underscore nice. Yeah, I use a lot of layers of things. The zipper look on the barrel is so interesting. Yeah, no, that's a good point. That is very steampunk, but also like very future looking. It's meant to be a shoddy railgun revolver. I see it. Yeah, that makes sense. You put the ammo in there, and this would be where the magnets are that send it flying, right? Very cool. Yeah. So is this for a bigger project, or is this for a portfolio, or what's the plan for it? Are you gonna fire it in game? I can see the railgun, says Kari. University mostly, very cool, very cool. Well, I mean, I'm sure you'll get better if you're still studying, but this would be nice for a portfolio piece for sure. Cool. Well, thanks so much for sharing that. Let's see. We're at 196. But we need to be at, like, what did it say? 102 or did we? I think I closed that. $192 is where we need to be. Oh, so we're actually really close now. But it gets harder and harder to find ones. Like, I think maybe these two. Let's see what happens now. 193, we're very close now. $192, we made it. Alright, so now the job is to make it look good, because it's got all these gaps. Doesn't look terrible, but it definitely has these weird gaps. So if we can fix those, that's where we need to be. But as long as we use tiles that have already been used, we'll be fine. Karipu says, oh, university, you say? This is the start of my second year in uni. Now I need to share my revolver I did in my second semester. Yeah, go ahead. If let me know when you've got it in the Discord, and I will share it on stream if you're interested. I'm always interested to see what other people are working on. And I don't know if you guys have met Scalt in my Discord, but he hasn't spent much time in stream. He's based on the other side of the world, so also he's very busy with school and stuff, but he's been posting a lot of his shoot 'em up stuff in chat. He's learning game development and stuff, and learning how to draw, which is commendable. And I'm sure he's super grateful that there's other people posting in the chat, because it's been just him for a long time now. So I'm also grateful that there's more people in the Discord now. For a long time I wasn't super great at promoting it, and it was like a very tight-knit community. And I like to keep it that way, but at the same time, it's nice to have more people. Yeah, so I'm just filling in the gaps here now. I'm excited to be done with this actually, because that was quite an undertaking trying to get all these tiles down to that number. We were at what, 400 something when we started? Hey, Cryptic's here. How you doing, Cryptic? Welcome in. Were you here earlier? Were you lurking this whole time? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, you were here earlier because we gave you a shout out. Well, I'm gonna go make some dinner. I hope you enjoy your dinner, _alt. Thank you so much for sharing your work. I'm glad that it turned out great. You should be very proud of that. And I hope you make something tasty. Yeah, I was working. No worries. I appreciate the lurk. I'm glad you're back. I hope you had a good lurk. Cryptic, it's no longer your birthday anymore, but I hope you had a good birthday. Now we can get the consensus on whether it was a good birthday or not, since it's over. Do you feel older, Cryptic? Because you're older now. I can tell just by the way you type that you've gained age. Anyone who doesn't know Cryptic, he's an old fart now. He's super old. I'm just fucking with them. Yeah, I had fun. I feel the same, like I'm 69. Oh, that's not good. I know you're younger than that. You shouldn't feel that old. I'm glad you survived to make it to be 69. Or to feel 69 at least. I hope you had fun with your family. You know, doing the family stuff. There's a wild dreadnought in chat. Big Lumpy says at some point birthdays start to dull and we all feel like old farts either way. Laughed my ass off. You're not wrong, Big Lumpy. You're not wrong. That's why I like to kind of joke about it. Yeah. At some point birthdays are just another day. Hey Abraxas, thanks so much for the Pokey gift in chat. _alt and Cryptic, you guys got Pokey gifts. Too many people were gifted Poke gifts. We need more active players that haven't been gifted Poke gifts. Everyone, if you want a Poke gift and you haven't played the Pokemon game yet, now's your chance. Poke Start. Get your starter Pokemon and a chance at a Poke gift. Assuming that the offer is still on the table. It's okay, I get it. Some people are too cool for the Pokemon game. I understand.
It's down to you and me.
That worked pretty well, actually. Oh, Karipoo's Poke starting. Oh, you already have a Poke Start. You've already started. Abraxas is a millionaire. Well, not quite, right? Was it 154,000 Pokebucks? It's a lot of Pokebucks. 4 shinies? Nice. Now, you seem like someone who plays a lot of community game. Can you lose shinies if you like catch a Pokemon that's not a shiny, like the same type of Pokemon, right? Someone was telling me that was the case. Nah, okay, cool. It just adds to your inventory. Right on, right on. That's what happens when you stream and run the game on your own channel. Though, yeah, for real. I mean, I haven't been doing it very long, but I definitely have some Pokebucks. I could take a look. Oh wait, I could just use the command like you did. Pokepass is the command. So I don't have any shinies, but I do have $54,000. I haven't done any battles. Poke loyalty, I didn't know about that one. We'll show you how long you've been in been with a particular streamer. Oh, interesting. So what's my Poke loyalty? Oh. I'm pretty loyal to myself apparently. Pokédex will flex your collection. I appreciate all this Poke knowledge. So there's 1,025 different Pokemon now. Holy cow. Is that the case? That's crazy. Poke Raid. What's Poke Raid do? There's an event going on. I will show you what's up. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I've never taken part in an event. People have told me that that's how they get gifts, but I've never actually done that. Rec, I think that my file system would make you weep. It's looking like looking through a trash can for any. I think you meant Rick there. Your file system. My file system's not great either. Sometimes it appears on stream and it's not nothing wonderful. What's important is you find what you're looking for. But if you don't find it, then that's not good. But you always have the chance when you get a new computer to have a new file system, and you can always back your old stuff up on a hard drive where you'll never find it, like mine. Anytime I try to look for old art, old music, old projects, it takes me a few hours. But on this computer it's not so bad because this is like my 4th or 5th computer now where I've, been, because I didn't start getting my own computer until like 2005, and I ended up having to dump all of that stuff onto a hard drive, and I still have a lot of it. Well, a bunch of hard drives rather. Lots of hard drives. Lots of externals, I should say. Abraxa says, mine are a disaster, need more drives, deleting is for the weak. Yep, pretty much. Big Lumpy, I don't know what organization is. My drive is a constant enigma. Carpu says, I'm not gonna lie, looking for a file that's from 2 years ago is gonna make me cry. Well, you don't have to look for it. I appreciate you trying, but you've given up. I won't hold that against you. I'm the same way with my stuff. Like, it is really hard to find old stuff. And I get kind of excited when I do. But also I'm like, wait a second, I just spent hours looking for that. Like, I was looking through my notebooks yesterday to find a particular drawing that I know exists, but I cannot find it. and I'm like flipping through physical pages of notes, and I'm like, this needs to be digitized somehow, but I don't have the time or the effort to put into scanning all of this stuff and then indexing it somehow. And yeah, I can't afford to pay a secretary. But I probably need one. We probably all need secretaries. So now I'm filling in all of those gaps that I deleted. I'm getting somewhere, but it's taking a while here. Yeah, one thing that helped me with organizing was actually doing game dev stuff, because when you have like a project folder for a game, like you need that shit to be organized, especially with a team. Oh man. I worked on one team project where one of the devs like started the file folder system, and man, he put the scenes in a folder called levels. And that just blew my mind. It's just like, wait, what? The scenes are in a folder called levels, but then there were scenes that weren't levels that were in the same folder, but they got like a special folder within the folders that weren't level folders. It's like, okay, well, why didn't you just make a scenes folder? But it was too late at that point. And you could change it, but you generally don't want to do that, because then you're like, once you do it one way, you kind of want to stick with that way. Otherwise, like, things can get really confusing for people. And yeah. But yep. Put the scenes in the scene folder. What am I doing here? We got this. Go there. This can go. Wait, no, we need like a. We need something else. Well, I think I'm gonna go to bed, guys. It's 4 a.m. It is 4:30. Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out. So my sleep schedule is a mess, so don't look at me for. I am not someone that you should look at for a proper sleep schedule, because I do not have one. I woke up at like 5 p.m. But I hope you have a great sleep, Karipu. Thanks so much for hanging out, and yeah, I hope you sleep well. Can't believe how long this is taking me to fix, but I'm nearly done now at this point. It'll be worth it in the end. And I would say that I should go to bed too, but the thing is that I'm just gonna sit around and do nothing, and then I'll be like, well, I should be working, and then I'll be like, well, I should be streaming, and so I'm just gonna keep streaming, even though it's the middle of the morning. It's gonna start getting light out. I'm gonna keep streaming. What are you gonna do about it? I don't know. I'm gonna make friends with people on the other side of the world. That's what I'm gonna do. It's always kind of been this way, actually, even when I was like in college, because I had satellite internet, and it was HughesNet is what it was. Terrible choice in an internet service provider. Oh, Pac-Man's here. Big Lumbie's redeeming Pac-Man. Thank you for that. There is an ad coming up soon, so we'll take a quick ad break so I can munch on gummy bears, even though I probably have eaten enough gummy bears for one night. What are you gonna do? One day I'll be out of gummy bears and I won't buy any more. There's a wild camera up in chat. If anyone wants to try to catch that. We've got that ad, so we'll take a small break here. Alright, we're back from the ad break. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate that. For sure. And we're moving right along here. This tile is the one that I'm looking for. We're gonna put it right here. This stuff here kind of looks like a mess still, so we'll clean it up a little bit. Oh, that's not what I want. I'll put that there. I want the opposite of that. This one. This is looking much better. Still some weird stuff going on here, but it doesn't look that bad. If we like turn off the grid, it kind of like shrinks into the darkness. This here looks a little bit like roots or something, so we should probably get some angles in there. We don't want it to look like roots. Roots. I used to live in the country and people would say ruts. I'd be like, wait, do you mean like a rut in the ground? They're like, yeah, a rut in the ground. I'm like, wait, no, I mean, do you mean like a ditch? No, a rut. Like, you mean like a root? Yeah, a rut. Oh. One of my teachers, when I lived in the country, she called wolves woofs. A woof. The woofs. Be like, you mean the wolves? Woofs. I always thought dialects and the way people talk are interesting. And you know, I don't hold that against people ever, but it is interesting to me for sure. I'm not gonna deny that. I like to make voices, and I try not to come off like, you know, I'm making fun of anything, but I also like to get like really outlandish with the voices that I make and make up accents that don't exist and things of that nature. But sometimes people just assume that I'm like making fun of some type of culture or something, but actually not. I like all cultures. Well, most cultures. I like people in general. I don't like people in general though. No, I like people, but there are some people that irk me. But nothing about culture, like nothing like race, more about like individual cultural decisions stuff. I don't know. I try to take everything with a grain of salt, and I try to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. But you know, actions they speak. Like, I'm not a religious person, but I've always found religion to be very, very interesting. When I was in college, or I'm sorry, in high school, I took a comparative religions class that I found to be extremely interesting. Like, I thought that was very cool. One of the projects, we had to go to 3 different churches. I thought that was interesting. Three churches that weren't our own religion, which was easy for me because I didn't feel like I had a religion. And honestly, I still don't. I kind of think if I had a religion, it would be that everyone should have their own religion, which isn't a religion. I think that would be the best. Everyone should have their own spiritual connection to a higher power or divinity. Whether you want to think that's God or whoever, that's completely up to you, but I think you should be spiritually connected. For me, I think of God as the universe. I think all of existence is God. I think that you can find God in other individuals, and you can find God in other animals. You can find God in non-living beings. And I don't think of God as a Christian thing. I think God is a multi-dimensional, multi-religious thing. But I live in Oklahoma, where it's like a Bible area, so that's kind of interesting. And also, people talk funny here too, so that's also interesting for me. Let's see how this looks without the thing. It looks less rooty, so that's good. There's still a weird thing going on here. Let's get that fixed in there. But yeah, I like a lot of religions, but I don't like any one religion. You know, like I can't prescribe to one religion, but I like a lot of different stuff from different religions. Buddhism, for example, I always really liked Buddhism, but I don't consider myself a Buddhist, and I don't think I would want to be a Buddhist. My spoon is too big.
My spoon is too big. My spoon is too big.
I also always found Hinduism to be very interesting as well. I know it's not something that we see a lot of in the US, but I went to a Hindu temple and it was enlightening. It was very cool. I didn't learn much about the religion when I went there. Everyone was very quiet and up to themselves. And I was definitely viewed as an outsider, but no one was mean. Everyone was nice, and it was an experience for sure. Definitely enjoyed it. Let's get rid of that one and swap it with that one. This looks a little weird here. Let's go all the way across with that. I think we're done. I think we're actually done here. So let's do a double check here. Oh, we went over somehow, and it looks like that is the culprit, or possibly that. So what probably happened is that when I was moving tiles, I probably wasn't as concise as I needed to be. And we'll get rid of that. We can throw this one there instead. Ooh, looking nice. Thank you. I appreciate that, Big Lumby. And then where was that other one? The other problem tile. Right over there. Oh, yep. I see the difference. Take care of that. Save it. Export it. Oh, now we're under. Now we're under on tiles, so that's where we need to be. So perfect. Oh, we close that. But we've got this file here, so we'll copy that. We'll open up GB Studio, and we'll grab the assets folder. We'll paste that here. We'll get rid of the suffix, and we will drag and drop it in there, replace it. And that should fix our issue. We should no longer be getting this 8G PNG background contains too many tiles. 448, that's where we started. We got that all the way down to 192, and we didn't lose too much graphical information. We didn't lose too much detail or anything. We did make a lot of changes, but let's see if it runs, if we got that bug fixed. A lot of work for one bug for sure, but it'll be worth it in the end, I think. It's my fault because I assumed that we weren't going to be using UI, and looks like we're not getting that error anymore, so that's a plus. Had I known that we were going to be using UI, I would have been more diligent from the get-go, but I got kind of willy-nilly with our tile count, and when I tested it, it worked, and I was like, hey, it works. Since we're not using UI, I don't have to worry about it. And then, sure enough, we started using the UI. Although honestly, I think I'm going to have to put that file into the newest build because I just gave the designer the updated project file after I added these newest levels, and I think he wanted to go in and make some changes and stuff. And but luckily, it's just a simple swap, so I would just drag and drop the file into the updated project. So it's nice to test it and make sure that works here, even though we'll be using a different version of the project folder. Did it work? Here we are. This was happening to Johnny also. So what he did was he saved it, closed it, and reopened it, and that's what fixed it for him. So we'll do the same thing. I think it's this one. A wild timber in chat. Timber the Tiger from Donkey Kong Racing. Diddy Kong Racing, sorry. Looks like it's working. Linking. Alright, and it worked. Give it the old legs password. And it worked. Although those aren't animated for some reason. That's concerning. Disconcerting? That's concerning. Why is our goo not animated? Let's find out. It appears that it doesn't have any background tile swapping, which is strange. So what we'll do is we'll take this, and I'm gonna have to do this again, so I probably shouldn't even be doing this, but it'll make me feel better. And then we'll take this. We'll put the music back on. Then we gotta go here, paste that there. Alright, so we got sand top, fire, sand bottom. Oh, we actually don't want this one. Let's get rid of that. What we want is one that has lava. So this one has lava. We'll copy that one. We'll paste that there. We've got the lava bottom, which we don't need, so we'll disable that. We don't need the fire, so we'll disable that. We do need the lava top, so we'll tell it to be 4419. And then we want the loop index variable to be not 10. We want it to be 0. And then we'll save it. And we'll try again. So I think I'm getting a little bit tired. And I should try to like roll with that, I think. So that way I could like try to fix my sleep schedule. At least wake up in time for Kixie's stream. Which may or may not happen at this point, but this Schedule 1 game is so fun. I don't know anything about this game other than that it has something to do with drugs. I'm gonna look it up. Excuse me. Oh, that looks funny as fuck. But I'm glad you're still hanging out. Cryptic. I'm glad you're having fun playing your game. I like the art style. From small-time dope pusher to kingpin, manufacture and distribute a range of drugs throughout the grungy city of Highland Point. Expand your empire with properties, businesses, employees, and more. Wow, that sounds actually pretty cool, to be honest. I can actually show the trailer here. You know what's funny? When I first started using Unity back in like 2013, 2014, one of the games that I was working on was a like a top-down drug dealing game. I really wanted to make it like Earthbound, except dealing drugs. But I ended up doing something that was 3D, but with a top-down camera view. But it was cool. It had cars. You could go inside buildings. You could get a gun from the dumpster, and you could shoot the Evan 3D character that comes with Unity. You couldn't do any of this though. You couldn't trim buds. But also he skipped a step there. You're supposed to dry the buds before you jar them. I actually grew cannabis when I was living in Phoenix because it's legal there. I always have my friends on lurk when I'm awake. I'm kind of the same way. I'm always at home, so I always have something going on lurk. This game is super in-depth. It looks super in-depth. There's already so much you have to do. Dying would be too much. Oh, drying would be too much. I gotcha. One time when I was drying it, what I did was I took wire and I like thumbnailed it to either side of the room, and then I just hung the branches. And when I was doing it, one of the thumbtacks like popped out and just dropped everything on the floor. So I was like picking carpet fuzz out of these nugs. But I wasn't selling it. I was just growing it for personal use. So it's like it wasn't like an issue or anything like that. But yeah, we actually got quite a bit. I don't remember exactly how much it was, but it was a lot. And it was only from 5 plants. Yeah, because five plants was the limit in Phoenix. I did it in my closet. It was actually really fun and an enjoyable hobby, and I really got a lot of enjoyment out of watching something grow and taking care of it every day. It helped with my sleep schedule and all that stuff. Like it was a enjoyable experience for sure. And then I got to smoke it. You gotta schedule, plant, manage supplies, manage clients, and gain new clients, and then there's the stuff I haven't gotten to. Yeah, it looks like a big game. Real quick, let's see if our other bug is fixed. Should be. Oh, I hit the button. Oh. Alright, let's see if that is fixed. Hey, it's fixed. So I don't know why that stuff got deleted, but it did. Or you know what I think happened? I think I rolled back to fix some other issue and didn't realize that I needed to like add that. I hesitated. But yeah, that's working, so that's good. But yeah, I do think I'm going to slow down here and maybe look for someone to raid. Let's see, what am I looking for? There's this. We could throw that up and make sure it's saved. Let's take a look at Twitch. So we could raid Peanut, we could raid Beazle, we could raid Ryan Art, we could raid Claude. What do you think, Cryptic? Are you gonna be up for a while? Do you have a preference in a raid? Or there's also Pajlada. So Claude is doing art with Blender Grease Pencil. Pajlada is doing programming. It looks like. Programming season 9, episode 25. I don't know what that is. Peanut, I have her on lurk. She is, looks like she's drawing. And Ryan Art is working on his game. That's what he always does. He's making a tower defense game. I only know Peanut, but I'm just gonna get off. Okay, I understand. There's a wild Jigglypuff if you want to try to catch that. Where'd my OBS go? Big Lumpy, do you have any preferences? Are you gonna hang out? Pokey Catch, Ultra Ball. Yeah, Big Lumpy, if you're gonna hang out, if you're up, if there's anyone that you want to raid, you can direct the raid if you'd like, or I have some options. My friend Claude is doing Blender Grease Pencil. He's a professional artist. He's quite good. I don't know him too well personally, but I've been following him for a long time. I'll hang for the raid. Peanut sounds interesting. All right, if you haven't met Peanut, Peanut's awesome. So yeah, we'll raid Peanut then. Let's see. How does one raid? Oh yes, there's a button for that. Alright, yeah, so let's get our raid message out. We'll snooze the ad. And yeah, so if you want to copy and paste the raid message, the bottom one is for people who aren't subbed, the top one is for people who are subbed. And we'll copy and paste that. That way we have something to say when we get there. And for some reason it's not working for Cryptic. Okay, I figured out why it doesn't work when I paste. Is it because you're on mobile? Or are you not on mobile? It works for me. I'm glad you got it figured out. It looks like it's not putting spaces between them for some reason, which is strange. It removes the space between the emotes. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we'll start the raid. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks Puke for the raid. I very much appreciate that. And all the new follows, I very much appreciate that also. Lunatrek and Abraxas. It's always good to have everyone who was hanging out. Big Lumpy and Paripu. So yeah, I very much appreciate everyone. Cryptic, it's always good to have you as well. Abraxas, thank you so much. Very much appreciate it. If you haven't met Peanut, she's super cool. You can copy the raid message and we'll say hi to Peanut. She does art. Although sometimes her stream gets a little jank with the internet, but she said that her problems are fixed and I think it's working. Yeah, it's working on my other screen. Anyways, yeah, so we'll go see Peanut, and if you've got your thing copied, we're gonna hit the button and we'll see you on the other side. Thanks everyone again.
I do art every Friday and Saturday. Hey yo, how's stream? Here's some creative. Rick, what were you up to today, dude? Hi, Lumby. Oh, welcome in, welcome in. Just 2 more hours until it's a 12-hour stream. Yeah, good one. I was just in Rick's stream. Rick, you streaming at Goblin hours, dude. Goblin hours. What you been up to? Hi, Cryptic. Another 14 hours for a 24-hour stream? Yeah, good one. Half of that is just gonna be me, like, asleep for the next 14 hours. I was optimizing level art for Pyrotoad. Oh, wait, let's go. Pyrotoad emote. You wanna share something? But yeah, we're just working on, like, I don't know, line art doodles. There's too much detail in the level, so I had to make some changes. Ah. Let me export it and share in your Discord? Yeah. But yeah, Raiders, I'm probably, like, it's probably late AF. So, if you guys gotta go, please feel free. Otherwise, I'm gonna finish up this last one. And then head to bed myself. And by that, I mean I'm gonna eat a snack. And stare at the wall for a bit. And then I'm gonna head to bed. I want this, I want this. Mood? Yeah. That's my wind down time for stream. Bum, 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 bum.